believe we are live. Transmitting data. Consolidating. I kind of wanted to use the IBM today, but I don't know. I might do some art. I have no idea what we're going to do today. I'm going to be real with you. Part of me feels... Oh my goodness. Part of me feels like working on Rivendun a little bit. And getting this to work. Oh, this version works. Kind of. Kind of want to work on this. I also kind of want to work on a new, like making this overlay thing I've talked about before. I really don't know, man. I also might just want to play some Skyrim. Have some fun. Like, there's so many things to do. I could do this, I could do Skyrim, I can maybe even do some art, some Krita art, which you can never go wrong with that. Draco! It is good to see you, Draco. Lovely to see you here. I'm gonna put on some... is this copyrighted music? It's probably copyrighted music. Maybe I shouldn't. But I kind of want to. I don't know. I could always put Pepsi Man music on. Pepsi Man. Hope you're doing well on this Sunday, Draco. Or we could always put on some RuneScape music. Yeah, buddy. Portion of the way through my book, and although it's a little outdated, it's still good to read. Yeah, I mean, it's never gonna be super. Like, there's usually gonna be a large amount of backwards compatibility for stuff. There might be some things that get deprecated, but by and large, there's usually just extensions that happen on revisions, which is pretty nice. So, I don't even know what I want to do today. I really don't know what I want to do today. Also saying error, please use keyframe for... what is the issue here? Use a keyframe frequency of 4 seconds or less. Cause buffering. What does this mean? How do we change that? I keep seeing it. I don't know what to do about this. 1 second, let me Google this before we get into anything. And you know what, while we're doing this, I'm gonna have this running in the background, because why not? Find the keyframe interval setting in your encoder like OBS Studio and set it to 2 or 4 milliseconds. How does one find that? Restart the stream. I don't want to restart the stream. What settings do we have here? Back recording length. Okay, I think that's gonna work. I don't know, we'll see. Hi, what's up, Path Jal? How's it going? I'm also gonna open up Sea Lion, cause you know, I want to remake the overlay, not in Engine, not in Unity. I kind of want to do from scratch. And I was thinking about just doing a new project from the ground up, but honestly, I feel more inclined to just take my current existing game engine-esque thing and repurpose it to make what I want to have happen. I would also like it to I'd like to rework some things to be C-esque. Like, eventually I want to make it just full-on C, but we'll get there eventually. Yeah, GFLW. Like, honestly, like, how much do I actually do here? Like, I have this whole... there's like this little extra complexity I have going on here because I have I have this whole editor to play to editor cycle going on, but for what I want to do for the stream overlay, that's not going to be a thing. We're not placing or manipulating the scene, we're just executing said thing, you know? Like, you get what I'm saying? So a lot of possibilities here, a lot of possibilities. What is this? That's what I'm figuring out. Kusing Stum. I have a task. So there's a few projects here, right? This is not the normal game in 3 weeks thing. This is just, today we're just doing coding and other things for fun. So there's 3 projects we have here. We have this Riven Done project I started a long while ago that I just kind of stopped doing stuff with. That is meant to be a task management application that lets you create tasks and then, you know, do stuff with that. What's up, TST? Or TST. Is OG? Yeah, brother. I'm glad you dig it, man. Super OG. So there's this project. There's also my game engine project, which is just me making my own engine. Now, that's not what we're going to do today. What I intend to do is actually make a new overlay for the stream, and I'm just going to repurpose the code here to do that. Currently, we have this, where do I have it built? Is it stream? OBS. No, that's Loots. Where is it? Stream World. Yes, I have this overlay that's made in Unity, which is like fine. It's acceptable, mostly. Except like there's this weird thing that it just chugs any other game, like any instance of Unity I have open just starts chugging FPS like crazy, and I that's just not, I don't believe that should happen. So what I'd want to do is take this engine and repurpose it to recreate this scene I have here. And I believe that there's some other things I had. I can't remember what was the keyword or the commands to switch between things. But yeah, like this, it's kind of ridiculous that this causes me to lose an order of magnitude of FPS on other projects. So I feel inclined to just kind of see if I can just recreate that entire thing. And plus, that'd be a fun way to kind of test a small project and see if it works to kind of test compiling it to WASM. That's kind of the stuff I have in mind. Quick breakdown. We just in terms of what? I just finished kind of breaking down the thing. TLDR, I'm rewriting the application to not be in Unity and instead be in my own engine. I like, yeah, it's cool, and it's cool because that loading screen is like, the loading screen changes a bit depending on the time of day. So if it's night or daytime, it's bright and it looks like the normal thing you see in the browser, like in the website we have. Like if you go to cozycabingames.com, like daytime it looks like this, but at nighttime it turns to this, and it goes from daytime to this orange glow for the golden hour, and then it turns to this. So like it's super simple. It's not computationally, like it's very simple to do. So I already have most of the infrastructure done here to do this. So I kind of feel tempted to either copy this project and just do the change I want to do, and just make some minor camera logic to move the camera and sway, and that's like the gist of it. Or we can have fun today, live a little, and make a C project from scratch and kind of massage some of this logic in there. Because as much as I like working in an IDE, it is fun to just go straight like Vim, and that's it. I really enjoy doing just straight Vim, you know? So we can either copy this project, duplicate it, and get this done probably like in like 30 minutes. Or we can be fun and cool and live and make a new C project. It exists. StreamWorld C. Okay, we'll call it C Stream World. Yeah, I bet that doesn't exist. Yeah, but we can, and it'll be weird because we're gonna have to figure out how to compile. We're gonna have to figure out how to compile to, because I use, like for this, I'm using Clang and I'm using CMake to handle all the libraries and stuff. But I need to figure out how to actually make a new build file. Get a new build script for this application. I wonder if making my game in just raw code means I've made it in my own engine, or is that too bare bones? No, I mean it's weird. Honestly, it's kind of like there's a weird line when it comes to like engine versus like framework and stuff like that. But like if you're not using an off-the-shelf engine, you're probably going to end up constructing an engine of some sort to do the things you're going to do, right? Like, that's kind of the gist of it. It's weird and nebulous because, like, you make tools to do stuff, like, but you don't necessarily, they could be separate programs, and then you just kind of have this ecosystem of tools to build the thing you want to do. And then there's like, it gets more muddier when you can consider things that like Raylib, where it's like individual components, where you can use the whole ecosystem of Raylib to make your project, or you can just use some individual things here and there. But yeah, I'd count that as an engine. Nah, 60. You don't do that here. Nah, it ain't counting as an engine. Nah, I think it's worth counting as an engine, kind of. For the most part. I don't know, it's like nebulous, dude. Yeah, let me look at something real quick. Yeah, we have some simple stuff here to do some GDB debugging. I'm gonna yoink this, why not? And then we're not gonna even need a lot of the dependencies, hopefully. I mean, we'll find out. Oh, I hope this carried over. Yes, it did carry over. Okay, so we're gonna keep the G flag for debugging. It's gonna be, I don't know, Cozy World. I don't know. And then this is for the math. This is for the LP thread stuff, which I may still need if I want to do some kind of basic inputting stuff, but I don't know. Okay, cool. And then, in fact, let's just use Ranger. Within the Cozy engine, let me try lifting some stuff. So we have GLAD, we have GLFW. I forget, like, how do you, this is gonna be a thing, isn't it? I'm gonna limit it. Yeah, because unlike the Riven Done project, I'm actually gonna use libraries to achieve things here. And I might have to do some other stuff, like use mini audio to do some basic sound effects. I mean, I do want to do the eventual move to this, but we'll see. If I can't get this working, if I can't figure out how to open up a window, then it's just GG's. I didn't even deserve to try being cool. Okay, what do we have going on here? So these are the things we need. This is not in a terminal, so I have to kind of remember glad.h. And this is for the rendering. I have to figure out how to set up changing keybinds and building the menu for that as well. It's a whole options menu. What options I'm even going to have is just a VN game. It's old school. Thank you. I'm digging the old school RuneScape music, man. But it's too complicated for me. Just start with something simple, Legends. Everyone who's a programmer started with something very simple, like a simple text-based thing. Like, so much of programming is just boils down to simple, like... Okay, maybe it's not... How should I say this? There's a significant amount of programming that's kind of... like, human understandable, plain language. Like, you can use natural language to kind of describe some of the stuff. Actually, no, let's not... At least for a lot of things, you can do that. The more complex you get, then it's like, alright, that falls apart. But, like... I don't know, man. Like, for a lot of simple things, you'd be surprised how much logic is very simple if-else type things, you know? Or a little bit of math. Like, a little bit of middle school / high school algebra, and then that's enough to get you going and doing the things you want to do. Yeah, Mat 4x4. We're using GLFW for this, right? GLFW window. Yeah. And then where are you called? Yeah, you're called within... Okay, we have our save data definition here. We have pointer to this stuff. And then on creation, what do? We're also passed in a GLFW creation window. I mean, it's kind of fun to go through this again because I haven't looked at this in such a long time. So you have engine init, and then this is all the important stuff. So we have the GLFW init, and wait, and GLFW window hints, and then some basic outputs, GLFW create window. Can I just look at the implementation of this? And just yoink this instead of using can I just yoink the functions from GLFW I want for doing the basic creation of window and that's it. That feels like a pain. This is for main, right? Okay, yeah, it is for main. And we have glad. And they're using CMake, but is there a way for me to just build this without using there's quite a lot going on here. Do you have any easy way to just build from GCC? We're gonna have to do something scary today, which is read documentation. GCC build GLFW. Compiling GLFW. I don't want to use CMake. Do you have a GCC for me? Yes, you do. With CMake and MingW. Oh my goodness. What's going on, Nick Hazard? Building a game? I'm doing an overlay, so let me show you what I'm talking about. Since there's more people here, let me just let me get you the context. So I have this Stream World overlay for this that I used to use for streams all the time, where it shows the Cozy Cabin Games like logo and everything, and it shows the time and loading stream. And the cool thing about it is that it will change visuals based off of what time of day it was. So if it's daytime, you'll get the full colored version, and then if it was like at evening, you get this like golden hour looking thing, and then at nighttime you get this blue with the stars out look. It's really cool. However, for some reason, when I have this open in tandem with like another Unity project, it tanks. Like we go from 300 FPS to 30 FPS, which is kind of insane. So I'm like, all right, I already have this other game engine project that I've shown before on stream, and like everything I need to do the things I want to do, the things you'd need for this kind of thing is largely just here already. Like you can have objects, place them from afar, then it's like a perspective thing. I didn't place it, I just went to play mode. Whoops. But you get the idea. Yeah, I need to come back to this. I'm still writing the collision stuff, so it's not perfect. And by not perfect, I mean not at all. Either way, so we have like the mechanisms to do the things I want to do for the stream overlay. So I kind of want to the options we have is either yoink this project and just, modify it slightly to make this happen, or the cool option is to just make a new project, make this in C specifically, not C++, and be able to build it the way I want to build it. But compiling with GCC is odd. So that's what I'm looking at right now, is how to compile GLFW. It seems like I have to use CMake though. I can't GCC this, I'm gonna have to CMake it. S path GLW, B path to build, CMake toolchain. What about GLAD? Let me catch up. Hey, what's up, Terrell? Good to see you, man. Howdy screwed up. Yep. You on Twitch? I used to be. I still have the Twitch account. I've been thinking about streaming to Twitch as well, but I don't know. I feel conflicted about doing that. I just don't like... I don't know. I have a bad taste from Twitch. I just kind of don't like the vibe of the platform in general. Not to say that YouTube is rosy or anything, but, I just kind of don't want to. Also, good to see you, Morgan. Oh yeah, I'm using a converter for the CRT XP31. So anyways, as for this, honestly, because today is supposed to be a chill day, and honestly, trying to force the compiler to build the things I want to the way I want to doesn't seem like fun to me. So I think what we might do, even though I like living in SeaWorld, we're just gonna make it a C++ project and just pretend we're in SeaWorld, and we're gonna be using CLion to do this stuff, because that's all right. It's a good IDE. Why not? So we're gonna do. Is it not? I'm pretty sure it's called C. Oh no! 1 second. Okay, and then how do you duplicate? I think you copy. It's like this cozy engine. One second. I thought I heard a loud noise. Oh, did I not? Yeah, I'm in projects. Or is it this? Yeah, no, not the curl test. And what do I want to call this? We're going to call this 2, Electric Boogaloo. I think I'm right. It's actually just, yeah, recursive, yeah. Wait a second. The Stream World directory. I thought it was the actual original repository. No, it's empty. It's literally an empty C project. This is not the first time I've thought about doing this. That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious. So I can just get rid of this and then move Stream World 2 to just be Stream World. And we have our data, lib, readme, source for the project. And we go to source, we have all the things there. Cool. Though we are not going to be called the cozy. I guess we're using, okay, I'll leave that for right now. Let's close this project and we're going to open a new one now. And we're going to add open remove French Shum. Yeah, I'm using Ubuntu. I'm a simple man. I've tried like CatchyOS and some Arch stuff. I looked at Bazite, but yeah, Ubuntu's been relatively the least problematic. Actually, Catchy was great. I think I was just tainted from just laptop driver issues. But I switched to Mint, and Mint also pretty good, which is Ubuntu. Or Ubuntu based. Okay. Desktop directory. I'm sorry, what? Okay, here we go. Projects. We're gonna go to StreamWorld. Hopefully this just works. Trust project, yes. Okay. So this just says the Cozy Engine. Can I change this so I don't confuse these two projects? Because if I look at the directory, Project StreamWorld, yeah. Let's see if it compiles. It does compile. Perfect. So nothing weird. Okay, so we can just honestly start gutting things. Let me rename this though first, and then we're gonna start gutting logic from here that's not necessary. Or maybe I just don't have to do that. Yeah, whatever. There's a lot we don't need anymore. Like the whole engine thing, that's not really... We're gonna be cycling between this, so I can just ignore this. And then let me throw in the assets. In fact, we even have, since it's a simple plain text format for this, I could very well just kind of edit the files directly. Like actually, you know what? Let me, where are you? We're gonna go to projects, we're gonna go to StreamWorld, we're gonna go to source. Actually, no, we're gonna go to data. And then we have levels and this testing grounds, which is like this whole thing defines a tile and then the name of the object. But we don't have like, there's no player per se in StreamWorld, so we can just put the objects we want to have here. And in that case, we can also yoink the assets from the other repository. So we have Cozy Games. Here's a Unity project. We can go to the assets. Which does this show? It doesn't show. That's MP3. Do you show PNGs? You don't show PNGs. That's tragic. So we can go cozy cabin scene, and then we have our assets here. Like we have this transition. Do we have the actual stuff? Is it? Where is it? Materials. Ah, here we go. These are materials. No, that's not the textures. Okay, here's the PNGs. So we can just yoink everything here. And then go out, go to projects, go to StreamWorld, go to data, and then textures, and just splat this stuff over here. Yep, we have layer 2, 3, 4. I'm sorry, what? 4, 1, and then 4. What was my naming here, dude? Why is my naming so bad? ¿Qué hace? Estoy haciendo un overlay. Randomly stumbled on this. What are we building? Let me show you. Let me show you what we're building. Oh, never mind. J-Dope. Yeah, so I'm building a new overlay. We're actually recreating one. I have this overlay built in Unity. It causes issues. It causes issues for me. It's very sad. It's very sad. It works fine, but when you have another Unity instance, it goes from 300 FPS to 30 FPS. I have no idea why. The stuff we do here is not computationally intensive. It used to be like more involved because I used to capture the screen and project it into a texture in here, but I've gutted all that stuff, so nothing complicated happening, and yet it still chugs. So I said, you know what, screw it. We're just gonna write it. We're just gonna use my personal game engine or framework to make this happen. So yeah, that's what we're doing. So we're gonna do a simple test here. I have pasted the files into here. We have like layer 2.png, layer 3.png, layer 4. So 2, 3, and 4. I'm gonna have to figure out what else is going on here, but yeah, we're just gonna replace this with like everything's gonna be here, and it's gonna be layer. What is it? Lowercase layer. Sorry to flashbang you guys. Okay, we're gonna build this and see how this works. I really enjoy the cozy font for the date and time. Oh, that's Motley, I think. That's what it's called. That's what I use for all the cozy cabin game stuff. Ooh, is this crashing? Could not find texture layer 4. Oh, is there an extra space here? Yeah, whoops. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so like it kind of works, but it's stretched because it's not scaling with the actual yeah, so the way I do things, I kind of just force things to be squared. So the cabin exists, but the cabin exists, but yeah, it's a little deformed. It's a little deformed. That's cool though. That's cool. Oh, this is happening so fast, actually. Wow. So, okay, that's easy though. That's easy. So I could either modify the assets directly, or I could, I don't know, I need to think actually. I can modify everything to be a specific resolution. Also, the player doesn't have to, the player is not going to be, the player script, we're not doing any of this business here. There's no state, the player is essentially just going to be the camera, which I think we're already controlling. Like if I go to update, yeah, on update here, we have what? Game inputs, input, session data. we do stuff, and then we have the camera. We actually modify the camera position here as well. But yeah, we're not rendering stuff. We're not going to do anything here for the player. There's absolutely no need for a player. In fact, actually, does this game work if I just get rid of this from the level file? Like, if I get rid of the player, is it gonna break? It doesn't break, actually. Okay, it breaks when I go enter play mode. It's seg faults because it assumes there's a player there, but it's not. Hello again, what's going on, Maxi Mad Labs? RGBC 6039, really cool, thank you. I'm glad you dig it. What's going on, Skylurp? I'm rewriting a Unity project I did in my own engine now. It's a simple thing. It's really simple. Thank you, Jonathan Valejos. I'm glad you dig it, man. Okay, so this is actually relatively kind of simple. We can try to make this good, but I kind of just want to make this happen already. So what is the tile creation? So we have this tile thing, we have the creation of it, we have its size in pixels, it's squared. So I think I'm gonna overwrite it. And the issue is that we're adopting this to be the size of the transform. Well, first of all, my engine assumes everything is square because usually that's how I operate for all my games. But the textures here from the website are not. So I can either modify the textures to do that, or I could just update the transforms to actually override it and instead use prescribed size. So here we have this position, we have a unified scale for this, which is cool. 1 second, just got a text. Let's have a meeting, discuss the next stage and work. Done with the cylinders, your thoughts on initial test deliverable. I'll stream, yeah, definitely, man. And I still need to test, so actually, quick question, Terrell. What you sent me, is it, I haven't looked at an engine yet, but is it the testing you sent, or is it the one that actually has the high object count? Because the thing I need to test for that game, so context, everyone who's watching. Normally on this channel, I have this game done in 3 weeks project I'm in the middle of doing, and it's a game that it's meant for mobile. And in fact, I have it right here. Let me pull it up. And Terrell in chat has been helping me with some 3D assets. But part of this being on mobile is that I want this to actually I want to do some cool visuals, but I also I want it to be performant, right? So I'm having him cook up a test where there's a high number of objects, and I want to profile to see how well it works, not only on this phone, but I also want to go to Micro Center and buy a super cheap $40 phone or something and see how well it works. And then based off of that, it's going to kind of inform how we go about making it work. Because I don't want to compromise in the visuals, so it means I have to kind of optimize how we handle rendering. And there's some occlusion culling ideas I have in mind for this, but we're gonna get there. We need to first get data to validate any decisions we make as far as this is concerned. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. And that's why I asked. Test one, but I can send the high object count tonight. Sweet. Yeah, when you get a chance, do send it to me. That's the one that's much more, far more important. So just to iterate, both should have. What we talked was having two. One that's just all the meshes baked into one. Or is a bunch of individual objects, and another one where they're actually baked into strips. Either way, there's the same amount of geometry that exists. So, but yeah, that's the most pressing thing, because that's what we already validated the shader works. So that's the only thing that matters. That's the next important thing that kind of matters. All right, we have this function that produces a transform ticket. We have this request transform, and we provide a scale. And in here, we have another function here called request transform, which is like an overload that has a version with the position, const float scale. Okay, but then we have this matrix we modify here, and we have a uniform scale. What I want to do, and I think should be fine, is just modify this, copy this, and just make a overload that has like, oops. Where are you? There you are. Yeah, have a modified version of this that takes in a float. I forgot. It's been a while since I've been here. Did I call it float 3? Yeah, it's a float 3. So it's going to take in a const float 3 scale. And this bad boy is going to be .x, .y, and .z. The z is of less importance, but why not? And I believe this should be the corresponding thing. Let me look here. Yeah, I believe it's x, y, z. So yeah, that looks correct to me. Cool, so now we have this overload. I can yoink this function, and we're gonna go into tile, and instead of calling this, we're instead gonna be calling, let's see here. Get texture, play animation. Where do we request transform? Here we go, we request transform. And instead of size, we're gonna be providing a new float 3, and it's gonna be what, 1920 by 1080 roughly. I believe that's how I do this. And this function is called that, right? Request transform. Oh, and it requires index. Okay. That's if you already have an index. This one does not have an index. Is there an update transform? No, that'd be dumb. So we have this one that assumes you have an index. Yeah. Okay, so I need a version of this that's gonna actually, there is an overload of this. How do you work? That's not the overload. Don't lie to me. I'm not crazy. There's this one. There's gotta be one that iterates and finds a first free one and provides that. Yeah, this one, request transform. Yeah. And it does this whole thing, and then this is kind of, that's like moving, this logic doesn't have to be, this is dumb. I'm gonna go through this, I'm gonna CFI this stuff. I'm gonna like make this not, we're gonna do stuff here. We're gonna clean up these streets, okay? We're gonna this is not a good way of, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. So we're gonna fix this. Where is my, yeah, we're not doing the it is reserved. We're gonna iterate through them, find the first one that is free, and then we're gonna not do that, but instead index is gonna be equal to -1, and then if this, it's gonna continue on, otherwise it's gonna set index equal to I, and then break. I believe that's how that works. And then like if is, or index equals -1, we throw this, yep. Oh yeah, we can't reassign it. Yeah, it can't be const. Never mind. Yeah, so we throw if index is equal to -1, and then we continue on our merry way. We reserve it, saying that this index is true, and then life is good. Life is good. And then we return a transform ticket. Yeah, this whole design is like stupid, man. I need to fix this. Oh man, I literally just finished my own Ergodox 5 minutes ago. Let's go with the real. Yeah, Ergodox are great, dude. Snake, can you find love on the battlefield, Snake? How you see clearly on a CRT monitor? You just gotta get good eyes, man. Actually, my eyes are terrible, but that's always been the case before I started using this. What's going on, Mr. Idol? Something I'm wondering is on Linux, the game file types wouldn't be an exe, so what file are they? They're like whatever you want them to be, dude. You can run anything in Linux. You can run anything on Linux. like for the StreamWorld thing, it's like a .x86_64 to run this application, but I'm sorry, I believe I... How do I... Wait, am I going crazy? Did I forget how to quit? Okay, no, Shift Q, there we go. But it has like a .x86 extension, but then like for my build stuff, there's no extension for it. For task.out, or for my task management application, or is it... That's StreamWorld. Where's my task manager app? Yeah, if I run, it's just task.out. That works too. You can use whatever you want. You can even have no extension. Like in my build script. Like I could just do // and then build. And it's gonna build the application. I'm sorry, what? Oh, wrong file. You get the idea. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, it's just .build and there's no extension to it, and it will just execute and build the application. So in Linux land, you can make your own. It could be any extension or no extension. Now, why are you mad here? Cannot convert braced fell because valid index of type uint. Oh, it's a uint. It's a uint. I forget. So I can't just do a int. It's a u integer type, which cannot be negative. So what can we do? Is there like a uint dot max? I know in C# you have the dot maximum value. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. We can keep this as an int, and then I can cast this to a uint, and that should have no ramifications across any systems whatsoever. Let's see here. So let's just see if this works as I envision. Oh wait, we haven't done the thing, have we? Yeah, we haven't done the thing. We modified this function. So we should unmodify it. And we have to modify the signature as well because we no longer have the need for an explicit index passed in, since this is going to request an index. Okay. Close this. Save. Let's try rebuilding it. Hello, friend. What's going on, Shuv? Where do you find the monitor? It's pretty. You can find it pretty decent. It's at I found it at like a vintage festival. Actually, at a vintage computer festival. So, am I seeing any changes here? Not really. Still looks very stretched. Yeah, I don't like that particularly. I don't like the stretching. I mean, a really simple thing I can do, and this is jank. But at the same time, who cares? This is not a commercial product I'm making for people, and I can deal with these problems later. I could just go into Aseprite, and I can just go into projects, go into StreamWorld. Where's the source? Here's the data. Go to textures. I could delete most of this stuff. This is like for the other game. And I can just, go to this, for example. And we can do this cool hack. Hack. Where we just make it 1080. Actually, no. What was this originally? 2000? We'll just make it 2000. Wow. And if we run the application, now it's actually properly sized. Whoa. Guys, this is peak engineering. This is peak engineering. I'm pretty sure the issue is that I'm not like updating the renderer as well to use a non-uniform transform scale, but who cares? Not me. I paid for the VRAM. I'm gonna use the whole VRAM. Okay? We're gonna use the whole VRAM. I tell you what, boy. I tell you what. We're using the whole VRAM. 4 2 4 2 and then 3. Canvas size. It's so stupid, but like, okay, what is it? This is 3 top. Okay, so the lower the number, the further back it is. So I can do 3. Let's put this like, we're gonna be like 100 back. Maybe like 50 back. We're gonna be like 10 back. And we go into our, run it. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Isn't, brother, it just works. Like Todd Howard said, it just works. I mean, we're gonna move the camera back a little bit, but we'll deal with that eventually. Or maybe we don't. Maybe we just, maybe what we actually do is move everything back a little bit. So you're gonna be like 100. This guy's gonna be like 50. You're gonna be like 30. Run it. Wait, is this moving it forward? Is that, do I have to make it negative? I should probably document the coordinate system I've set up for my game. That might be a little important. Okay. So, things are weird. Things are odd. Z order bad. Actually, no, not bad. So, layer 2 is what? What's layer 2? Yeah, it's supposed to be the furthest back one. So I actually have it backwards. Which means that this should be... Yeah, okay. I had it backwards. It's okay, happens to the best of us. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. That seems more accurate. I think we can go a little bit further back. Maybe like 80. What's going on, Max? Mad Labs. What text editor are you using? I'm using Sea Lion. No, it's not a Kinesis. I'm using an Ergodox. What's going on, Generic Games? Yeah, it's working. May I ask what the heck you're doing? We're working. Okay, I'll answer this. Is that Aseprite, right? Yeah, I'm using Aseprite. So I have a overlay that's written in Unity, and I'm reworking it to be in my own engine, quote unquote. That's a very charitable way of putting things. But this is how it looks like. And this is a Unity version. So, yeah, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there in a bit. Oh my goodness. Oh, because we're still running this. Yeah. So. What are we to do? Actually, we're still modifying the position of things a little bit. So that's what we're doing. Which is actually in this text editor. So let's see if this looks better. Is it me or is this not? Wait 1 second. Let's bring the player back. So I can actually see this in play mode. But I might have to modify the FOV of the camera and stuff. That should be fine. I don't need this. Why do I have that here? I have like too many tabs open or too many windows open. Okay. It's cool to see this in a more smoother scrolling aspect. Okay. Yeah, a little further back. But I think our changes are actually being applied here. Let me make this 300 and make this 500. How many games are making? I have a lot of games in the docket, man. I'm not gonna lie. I need to work on. Well, that's what we're trying to do. The whole game in 3 weeks thing is meant for me to just get a game done, and stop, like, just to stop be focused on to stop getting like sidetrack with cooler and other funner new ideas. Maybe not funner, just new ideas. New ideas excite me. Okay, this is cool though. I'm liking what I'm seeing here a lot. This is looking very nice. So I'm gonna get rid of the player, and we're just gonna have like a simple camera control thing that's just gonna do the oscillation that we have in the other application. Let me add the background while we're at it too, if I don't already have it here. And then let me just get rid of, because we have a bunch of stuff from the other. Okay, let's not break stuff though. Yeah, let me go actually here. So we're gonna delete stuff. Like we don't need. I do need the content of that, but I can get rid of, I believe, all this. I think the cool thing is gonna be me writing a parser for Aseprite file, so that I can just, instead of having a PNG, I can just provide an Aseprite file to my engine and have it like decode it. Okay, cool. These are gone. Grass, hand, idle down, jump left, right. Layer 2. No, we need those. Is the cursor not there? Yeah, we need that. Cool. We have our clouds as well. The clouds, and it's gonna be cool because we can just do a scrolling shader, which is gonna be fine and easy. You have a run down, run left, Yeah, that's for the character. And then modes, we need these modes. These are engine stuff. And then materials.meta. That's from Unity. That we don't get this Unity stuff. Get this Unity out of here. Deleted materials.meta. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, you have all these meta files. Yeah, no. Be gone with you. Nope. Yeah, this. Nope. Nice. Okay, so we have our... Don't need the arm segment. So I think we have the bare minimum of what we need. So we have layer 2, 3, layer 4.1, which I'm not sure what that is. We have the clouds, and we have the sky at day, and then the sky at night, which we're going to be using for blending between time of day. I think we have a lot of what we need here. Now, if I were to run this as is, have I critically broken the application in any way? Just as is. Can it open an editor? It does open an editor. Perfect. Okay, we can't go into play mode. I'm aware of that. But we at least can still open editor. Cool. So let's actually add the rest of the files here. Parallax, part of it, yep. Hey, friendly advice, don't overdo the games, maybe 2 games maximum, because the fans might ask for updates and those would take more of your time. Nah, I'm gonna do the games at my pace. The games I make are largely either for myself or for like my nieces. And I want you guys to enjoy them. And I would like to work on content for it and expand on it, but this is all a hobby for myself. So whatever feels very interesting to me in the moment and captures me, I'm just gonna... It makes sense. What you're saying makes perfect sense. But for me to keep this as a hobby and make it fun and interesting, I just have to allow myself to work on whatever captures my fiery attention in the moment. So you guys, if GTA 6 soon, eventually, man. How many games you're making? We could talk. Let's go through memory lane. Let's go through memory lane because there's a bunch of games. We go through. This is not my Twitter anymore, but I go to this is my old Twitter, but I go to it because it has the most documentation about games I've worked on. So the big first project we worked on for Cozy Cabin Games was Crimson Crown, which is this game here. If it loads. Yeah, procedurally generated dungeon crawler, roguelike. Okay, let's actually show some gameplay. I would like to see some gameplay. So we have Crimson Crown, and then from yeah, here we go, gameplay. Yeah, I love the art and music I did for the game. Like, technically there's a lot of cool stuff there too as well. But I think visually this game is really my boy Greg did the animations for the character, or at least the most of the enemies and the character. I did like the environmental stuff and UI and whatnot. But yeah, so there's Crimson Crown. That's game 1. Game 2 is another one called Messy Mansion. I'm gonna go to the Instagram because I think I have more videos there. Let me see if I can find it. It's gone through so many changes because we ended up I switched to using my own lighting pipeline that isn't Unity's to get very specific look visuals. Yeah, like we have. So the game's about cleaning up the environment, but here's like a boss battle. A prototype's on Newgrounds as well. An old prototype of it. So this is game 2. Oh man, I love. Yeah, we're gonna get back to this. So that's game 2. Game 3 is what we're doing right now, which is Fight and Flight Deluxe or 98 or whatever, where it's like a rotating shooter game. Yeah, this one right here, which is still very rough. I'm not sure if you can see it that well, but yeah, it's a sequel. It's a remake of another game I did a long time ago. And then after that game, I want to, and more look at Messy Mansion, I want to return to work on another game project I have in mind, right? I started a long time ago called Dot Dungeon, which is like this, again, procedurally generated dungeon crawler, but you have this board of dots, and each dot corresponds to a different ability. And the larger your chain of dots are, the more strong that ability is. So you can do red for fire, and then gray for slash or sword attack. And I'd even have some other things like in the game you can unlock special dots that if you get to use them, it activates a cool, even crazier ability, and you can customize that. So you can't control the state of the board, but you can control what gets added to the board. And this is another game I want to work on after this one. I'm not sure if I'm ever going to get back to, I don't know, Messy Mansion's cool, but I also just want to, I feel like Dot Dungeon feels so much more, I don't know. There's so many things I want to do and complete and finish up. So, and then there's also the Game Engine project. That's game number 4 or 5 at this point. I don't know, which is if I can go back here. Do we have? Okay, I already switched off of it. But it's a game engine I'm writing to make this 2D platformer, Mega Man X kind of Castlevania type thing. And the reason so all these games are cool, but I really want to transition to my engine already and not use Unity or anything else. So like, there's a part of me that wants to, after this game, prioritize doing Dot Dungeon from the ground up in my new engine, not the Castlevania one, but just Dot Dungeon. I don't know. We're gonna see. We're gonna see what happens. What tickles my brain. But yeah, there's a lot of a lot of things in the pipeline. Oh man. Just back. It's just nice. It's here. I'm enjoying the narration soothing. Thank you, Maxi Mad Labs. I'm glad you dig it. Why does CA line look like Vim custom GTK theme? No, I'm just using normal Grubbox, and I'm also using the Idea Vim plugin to get Vim motions. I enjoy just watching and getting the ask code related question as someone learning. Let's go, dude. I wrote something similar for my game engine, having layers and whatnot to parse from a file. It's very polished. That's sick, hey. You should post it sometime. It would be cool to see that. What happened? They're still in progress. I'm still working on it. So like, part of it was like, so Crimson Crown, I switched off of it because it was like a very ambitious game, and I made a dev kit for it, but that dev kit hadn't been battle tested at all. So I decided to make another game, Messy Mansion, which was originally supposed to be much more simpler, and on paper it is much simpler, but that got like, I started beefing up my dev kit and adding some cool custom graphic shader rendering lighting pipeline stuff to it. But that's also taking a long time, and I've kind of felt this malaise of like, hey, I just want to get something done. So I started this 3-week game project, reworking a game I did a long time ago, but, you know, using my dev kit. And that's in the progress right now. We're on day 13 or 14, I think. So it should be hopefully getting done soon, hopefully. And once that game's done, I honestly don't want to work with Unity more. I really just want to do the jump to my own engine. which sucks because we have a lot of work done in the other games. But so I'm not sure what we're gonna do. Either I go back and just try to finish all my Unity projects and just be done with it, or I just say screw it, do the engine, make a game in it, and then start the process of reworking the past games into this engine. I don't know. We'll see. I'm likely just gonna stick with Unity for the other projects and just wrap them up. Maybe have 2 projects running in tandem, one Unity project and then one game engine project, so I can have a morale balance. As for Dot Dungeon, the Dot game, I started that before I got hired to my current job, and they kind of died because I was not as good of an engineer during that project. And so if I revisit Dot Dungeon, it's going to be from scratch no matter what. I'm not going to use the game as it was because it's just, I wasn't very knowledgeable about design and architecture and all these kind of things. So I think that'd be a fun game to use for this kind of engine project. And it's nice because it's going to be in that, it should be very simple, visually at least. Though the biggest thing would be like figuring out how to compile my engine onto Android. That's going to be a project or a whole thing on itself. But once we get that working, I think it should be pretty chill. We'll find out though. On my jam, like Planet Defense, I love those games. I have not played a tower defense game in such a long time, but I did remember enjoying them a lot. Honestly, just thought of building my own game engine just for my VN and C++, so I don't have to use stuff to make my game a desktop game, but the engine can wait. Yeah, I don't like C++. I don't like a lot of C++ features. I'm moving to this thing of just, I started this task management project a while ago that's purely in C with no dependencies outside of like, OS stuff. And I actually really enjoy designing and architecting my project like that, like as if it's C. So I think I want to do a rework of this engine to be like C++ technically, but idiomatic, not idiomatic. But as far as syntax and structure and everything's concerned, it's going to be a C project. Yeah, I don't know why it says 12 December. This is like broken. I don't know why. So it's been stuck at 12 December. I don't know why my i3 thing is just not working, dude. Like if I go to my i3 config and try rebuilding it, I can maybe figure out what's going on with it, but I have no idea why it's stuck at 12 December. I almost feel like getting rid of it because it's like kind of distracting. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I think part of the issue is me leaving my computer on sleep and never shutting it off, but I have no idea why it's mad. Also, is this compiling without... Why are you mad at me? Can I convert... I'm sorry, what? I'm pretty sure that's fine. That's correct syntax, that you can just do a float 3. Like if I go to the player, I know we have to construct a float 3 at some point. Transforms, get position. This is from a matrix. We return float 3 and we get these values and then do the thing. So I have to recompile CLine. Not CLine. I have to rebuild the CMake project. I hate this so much. I want to just use a simple... I don't want to use CMake. I just want to do a simple build script. Oh man, we'll get there. Please help me. I think I'm losing all knowledge in web dev, and my understanding of React in depth is also bad. I'm sorry, what? Hey, do you do web dev? I'm a normal KVL web programmer with my SQL Express, React, and JS knowledge, but nowadays I use AI to do most of the work. I'm scared my fundamentals are becoming very bad. Help. I think I'm losing all knowledge in web dev. Yeah, the easiest, the one thing I could tell you, the only thing I could tell you is just don't use AI. And, like... just do the drudge work of like, okay, we're gonna read documentation and learn stuff. But I don't know. It's web dev is also a different kind of thing. Because a lot of times it's like simple, not simple, but it's like data plumbing things, and I don't know. There's like it's just like very specific, not specific. How to describe this? There's like knowledge that you come to by having a basic schema in your mind of like a certain problem space. So like you can pick up a new programming language, and you can largely, if you know programming already and a few other languages, it should be pretty simple to kind of understand it. You're just learning syntax, and you can get something working. So there's like that kind of stuff. But then there's things that are just like, okay, this is very esoteric and just very specific, and it's not tied to any particular like logic behind it, but rather just a matter of, hey, you either know the thing or you don't. But even then, I think there's some value in learning that stuff and not relying on an outside source to accomplish those feats. Is this actually fine? If I go to my tile, I don't see the error anymore. So yeah. Yep, this is good. This is good. I can produce a float 3. I mean, this should not matter anymore because we're just doing the uniform scale thing. Which is kind of making me a little concerned now, because this should have deformation since we corrected the thing before, but oh, I guess it's like it's gonna have the same result. That's why. How about Meson or Makefiles? I mean, it's the same kind of thing. It's like you're still relying on this other separate thing to dictate how you build things. And like for me, for like my own fun and recreation, I like having minimal dependencies on like, or minimal abstractions even. Yeah, so we're gonna see, but there's like things where you just can't avoid it. I know Android's gonna be a whole thing because it's not only just another platform. It's like you're a different architecture as well, which means you have to also have things that are like, I mean we're using MathFoo, right? But if I were to write my own vector library, which I want to, or my own math library, I would want to, like, you'd have to have some way of indicating, and it's the stuff that's indicated through like the build tools you're defining, right? And they make it that process kind of easy, quote unquote. You still need some esoteric knowledge, but there's a way of being like, okay, for this platform you have access to vector AVX instructions, so you can do like these type of things. But then this platform you don't have access to that because it's like ARM or something, or you get, it's a RISC type architecture, so you don't have the same access to that. So you have to do a different kind of compile flag to not do that. And I mean, it's not crazy, but it's a matter of figuring out how to force it to do that stuff. Anyways, request quad. So yeah, this should be all fine. It seemed like it was fine over here. I think we're all good. So yeah, we're good. No issues here. Okay, so now with that out of the way, let's start the process of just gutting the player and removing them from, like, let's even just get rid of the existence of the player. Like, we have this whole layer state or game state, or no, level state thing. Yeah. I think this max tiles, like, we know what type of thing we're doing. We don't need these tiles here. So I can even reduce this to like 10 and just have it ultra small. Even though the footprint of that is very negligible to begin with. Get tile by transform. So this is fine. And there's an update where we update the player, but there's like no need for that. So we could just kind of nix this function. Or I guess we're gonna have a thing for the camera, but I can just, like, this doesn't have to be tied to this. I can just get rid of it. So that's fine. The player, we can just kind of GG, VG, delete. Actually, is there anything that's important that's going to have ramifications outside of this? It shouldn't. Yeah, I don't see anything else. So we're just going to we're gonna do this fun thing of just deleting the entire file. I'm not gonna delete the file, but I'm gonna do it eventually. And let's just see where all the fun compiler issues pop up. Yay, I love my compiler issues. So we have it in level read write. Oh yeah, because again, this is assuming that I want to actually do level modifications, but we're not going to do that. We're not like editing levels. We're not designing stuff like that. So I can just not do this at all. What is this function? Level read write. We don't need this. Get out of here. Get out of here with that. We don't need your smelly level read write. Oh, we do need we do need rewrite. We need to read from a level file, but we don't need to write to it. To string, contents, level max string, get player instance. Why do we get the player instance during to string? Oh, this is converting this to a string. So this is for writing back. We're converting a level state to a string, but we're not doing that here, are we? So I can just get rid of that. Write level, nope. No such thing is happening here. Nope. We only read load levels. Process, what? Process line. Oh, that's for doing stuff. Yeah, we don't need that. Actually, no, we do need that. That's for reading. Yeah. So the it gets a type, and if the type's player, it does this stuff. But we don't have a player to instantiate, so it's literally just tiles. That's all we're ever doing. And then this is happy again. Okay, let's try compiling and see what other thing is broken. What's going on here? W setup, thank you, not bad. What are you making, by the way? I'll show you in a second. I'm using C++ right now. Not bad. Yeah, thank you, K8. POSIX A. POSIX SH. I mean, it's Linux, so it should be POSIX compliant. Unless you're asking if it's a POSIX shell. SCP containment breach. You didn't tell us why you hate Unity Engine or why you would change it. Part of it's like I just like having control over, like I like having tools that are formed around me, right? And I find myself doing a lot of tooling and Unity to kind of coerce it to do things I want it to do. But I'm a very VimMotions kind of guy. So I want to have, and I'm a solo developer for the most part, right? Like, usually maybe I'll bring in a friend or two, like, and for commission work or something to like help me with some stuff. But usually I'm the person doing the bulk of the music, all the music, a bulk of the art, if not all the art, and then all the coding. So there's a lot of context I have to operate within. And the more I switch between these contexts, the more waste is produced, right? And the more friction there is within an individual context, the more it affects my effectiveness in other things, right? It bottlenecks how I bring assets in and whatnot. So the more I can have a tool fit me, the less waste there is, and the more, not only productivity there is, but the more enjoyment there is, because there's not like navigating, it's not like navigating a bunch of different types of UIs and lists, or it's not a painful process to bring assets in. I just have way more control. So that's part of this, right? I think I showed earlier in the stream the original, the engine that's being used, my current engine project that's like making that 2D Castlevania Mega Man type style game. And the level editor is all like VimMotioned out, and I can interact with the scenes and levels in a way that feels, it makes a lot of sense to me. And it's not, that's something that does not is I can't just do that in Unity. Or you have to like bend over backwards and do things that are weird, and it causes weird other subsequent issues to emerge. So it's not great. So that's why for me, that's one major reason why I want to have my own engine. Second thing is I don't want to be tied to a organization or a company or whatnot to do something, to like just be tied to them in general, right? For Unity, the license is pretty, like, it's free for the most part, and I don't think I'm ever going to really run across it. But at the same time, I just don't like being subject to them, right? And you can say, okay, but what about Godot or other open source projects? Well, there is that, but there's still a sense of like, hey, I'm not in control of this. Like, yeah, sure, I can look at the source code at least with Godot and maybe make some modifications, but there's already been hard defined decisions that are kind of codified into the engine that, you know, I'd rather not dive into. And if you don't want to deal with that, or if you're at the mercy of hopefully this thing gets merged in, or if it doesn't, then you have to like, okay, I'm gonna pay the price of like getting the engine knowledge to make the modifications I want, which maybe is not that crazy, but when you're working with an engine that's kind of meant to appeal to a large majority of people, there's gonna be a lot of stuff that may not be of interest to you in it. They just have to kind of comb through. So, yeah. And then there's the other thing that's more just the artsy fartsy kind of thing where it's, hey, it's kind of cool to make a game that doesn't have extra fat in it. Like everything that's in this game is exactly what is needed to make this game operate. There's nothing extra. There's nothing that, you know, like everything is it's just minimal. So like, I think there's something very cool about making very lean applications that can still do pretty cool stuff. And you know, it's not that big of a deal for modern systems because there's a lot of memory and a lot of computational power even for phones, but I still find a bit of joy in trying to push the craft, trying to get better at this craft, right? And trying to make something that kind of respects people's hardware, even if it's not a big deal. So that's the kind of gist of why I want to do this. For building stuff is possible. Interesting. Just Cozy Cabin Games. Same thing. Yeah, no, that's a Unity license incident that made that very, very prevalent in my mind. CRT oh, you got me, Magnavox. Oh, you got me, Terrell, too. Yeah, let's go. So yeah, that's kind of the long and short of it. And besides, it's just cool. It's cool. I just want to be free. Dobby just wants to be free. And that's the desire I have. Level module. What's going on in level module? Okay. So this is level module.cpp. This is for having state of this. We don't need you because we're not writing set. Overrides the temporary loaded data for the level. This is non-committal. Oh, this is like during editor where you make changes to it, but you don't want to have it be saved to file yet. So we keep a buffer, I think, of the data. And then when it's time, when you decide you actually want to save it, you can just do that. Okay. That's not a thing though that we're gonna be worrying about. Yeah, we're not writing level state here. That's not happening on my watch. This is a purely just interact thing, and that's it. Okay, and this is happening in here. Yeah, there's stuff that doesn't need to exist anymore. And then here we go, have input module. Now this is interesting. Why is the input module not happy? Why is the input module not working? So actually, I should just make a hard decision here to just gut the editor stuff and just have the application run in game mode. That's an even better idea. So I go to main and just go through this, enter editor, yeah, no, play game, and we give the path to the game, and it should just work. Yeah. And we go back to main. We do like this whole engine create and an engine. It's not Astro Gear now. It's gonna be or Stream World. Yeah, it's fine. Actually, I want this to be yeah, it's fine with me. So we create, we have this like modes for like runtime versus level editor. I don't want to have that. Let's just make this be one mode, and that is play game. That's all that should ever happen. And then go to editor is not going to go to editor. We're just going to throw exceptions there. Enter editor is not going to be a thing. Sorry, what? Oh yeah, just exit application. That's correct. Thanks, Look. What's up? What's going on, Momo Shorts? Quick question though: if I were to make my own game engine, would I need some GPU programming? Yeah, you're definitely gonna need. I mean, okay. There's like a lot of times you're probably going to be doing that, but you could just say no. I'm not going to use a GPU. I'm just going to fill like a image buffer and just throw it to your window display. I think you can't avoid it. I think you're going to have to make like I think you might end up having to still make a window, like some kind of window context to throw your stuff on there, but like you could just make a game that doesn't do that. Like Casey, so there's a guy named Casey Moratori, and he has a series called Handmade Hero, and he does that in there, I believe. He doesn't use like any graphics libraries or anything. He just has like this image buffer, and then his game draws to it on the CPU side of things. Yeah, it's slower because you're not utilizing the parallelization fun that is GPUs, but actually a bunch of different things about it. But either way, you could just do it. Like modern hardware is actually kind of fast enough where you could just do software rendering and have it be fine. So if you want to make something, you could do that. But otherwise, in most cases, you're gonna be working with some graphics code, and you have to choose your graphics API, and then you're gonna have to write shaders for defining how you're gonna handle your vertices and how you're gonna fill in your fragments and all that kind of stuff. Or NVIDIA has their new thing, the meshlets and I forgot, like it's a mesh render or mesh shader. I don't know, something like that. I don't know not enough about it, but you get the idea. So we can just get rid of editor because I don't think we need this at all. We're just breaking the. But that's a fun, right? I have the power to do that. I could just say like, hey, we're not gonna have an editor, dude. We're just gonna have like the game. Yeah, can I just yoink, like, get rid of, yeah, no editor. Actually, is it commented out? No, it's not. And then we have I know the editor has some additional stuff like commands and whatnot. I'm not significantly far enough in this to really have, okay, let's see what's going on here. What's going on here? So, is she there? Yeah, let's go with the input module. I don't know why the input module's import type multiple choices. Oh, yeah, whoops. I did Alt Enter, but that's also the key for my for my i3 window manager. What's the thing? What do you want me to do? Yeah, it wants me to do Alt Enter, but that's not gonna fly for me. So we're gonna have to modify this. Manage IDE settings. Where's shortcuts? There's gotta be it. I think it's just settings. I can just go from there. And then where's shortcuts? Key map. Can I just type it in Alt plus Enter? Yeah, this is gonna kill me, dude. I open up terminals so frequently, so I can't just like remap it, because that's like the most convenient one, but at the same time, brother, can I search based off of inputs? Second keystroke. I can't type it in. Okay, I can do it one at a time. Nope. No, that's Enter. No, that's the Windows key. That's Home. I know I have another Alt here. Or does it not discriminate between... Oh, man. It's Sea Lion. Quick question, though. Ever thought of using Svelte or Rust for the engine? I actually wrote a version of this game engine in Rust a long time ago. So I've written this, like, this engine's like a ever-evolving thing, so I've done a bunch of iterations. Initially, I did it in for an ASCII engine in Rust, and then I rewrote it to be in OpenGL, and then I rewrote it to be in a more data-oriented way, and then I rewrote it in C++. But if I go to projects and go to, where is it? MiniQuest, I believe. Repo, and I do cargo run. Oh, I have to go to source, I think. Yeah, cd MiniQuest. Cargo run. There might be a specific like directory I have to be in as well for this to work. Let's see here. Come on. Come on, build, buddy, build. Yeah, so there's this one here. So this is written in Rust. And it's for another game worked on a long time called Knuckle Dust Descent, and whoops. Invisible Collider. Whoopsie. But yeah. So it has the cool like custom lighting effect where like I think I even showed this on. No, we're not doing Skyrim tonight, I guess. Where's here? Nope. Do I not have another window? Oh yeah, 5 here. Yeah, I think I have like a video demoing this Rust version of it, because we had a custom like lighting thing. Yeah, here. So you had like, it's using a shader where we have it doesn't use normal maps. It does like this thing on the fragment shader to indicate like, hey, is this gonna be rimlit? So if a light source is like to this behind, or like to the edge or tangent to the player or behind, you get this rim lighting effect on sprites, and it's different colors depending on the light sources. It changes with the light source and everything. So yeah, that's like the rim lighting effect for there and for this, and we have a version of it, another version of it here where you see it in the game. Yeah, in the custom combat thing. But ground didn't stop gravity yet. Nope. Yeah, because I'm doing a weird thing. There's actually, like, you can see there's a crate behind here, so that's actually what's providing the collision, not the environment. So there's holes here where there's no crates, so you fall through it. Would you consider doing UE5? No, I would not do UE. I would not do Unreal anything. That would not be for me. I know it's good for other people and people enjoy it. It is not for me. I'm not gonna yuck on other people's yums. So if you enjoy it, sick, man. People do some really cool, crazy things in Unreal. Anyway, ooh, what is? Oh yeah, that's from this application. Yeah, you can see like some calculations and like the FPS, which is like bad. I'm doing some dumb things there. Is there a specific or best place for 101 coding experience? Not really, not that I know of. There probably is. If you go on like any programmer or YouTuber, they're gonna have a course of some sort, or they're gonna have some kind of book or email chain or whatever. But I think you just get better at programming or you start learning programming just by doing it and Googling, like trying to do a thing. Like start something simple and then start having a bit more. Sorry, what is it saying? Or escape to cancel. Okay, we're gonna figure this. I need to figure this out for my own. Auto complete. I'm just curious what its suggestion is. Okay, you know what? We can also just right click and do show context actions. That's what it's called. Yeah, we're using gameplay inputs. Yeah, we have to specify it here. Though I guess if you get rid of editor, we don't have to worry about that either. Because we can just get rid of it. I can just go to source. I can go into, what do we have here? Cozy engine. We have editor and we have game. So we have commands here for the editor, command dispatch, editor controller, editor inputs. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. Goodbye. I guess like, and it's not really a 101 experience, but if you're specifically interested in games, you can also do game jams. I went to game jams when I was very young, and that's a very great way to see like, hey, to like learn stuff, because there's like this time pressure and this kind of circumstance, and there's this energy that everyone has that makes you want to be also like figure out what you're dealing with, and it's great. I love game jams. I did them for a long time. It was my jams. My jams. So I'd definitely recommend, and you get connected to people who are very knowledgeable, and that is a great opportunity to find some mentorship. I think I've had a lot of growth just from having mentorship, but even then, that came after like having had done. Whoopsie. Show context action. Game player inputs. Yeah. All right. I guess I just have to prepend this to everything. I'm not sure why this is causing issues now. Gameplay inputs. Okay, and this is not, because there's no layer update. make to do, make actual update function. Okay, and then this is going to be cool, and that's for the bindings for that. Okay, let's try running it again. You're going to compile and fail, of course. Of course. What kind of game engine would it be if you didn't? All right, and what is this? Command dispatch. Where is this at? In main. Oh yeah, because we don't. That doesn't exist anymore. Goodbye. Unneeded dependency. Cool. And what's the next error? Editor controller. Where is this at? Editor.cpp. Oh, do you still exist? I'm sorry. We're supposed to fix that. Yeah, you don't get to exist anymore. Yeah, we need to reorganize this. We're gonna do that eventually. Yeah, be gone. No more editor.cpp. Yep, get rid of you. You're not real anymore. You don't exist. Okay, it took longer to fail that time. What's going on here in level read write? You're not happy because there's this create tile function that was supposed to exist and you can't find it now. And why is this a thing? Process line for parsing tiles. Okay, maybe we shouldn't. Maybe I was too hasty. Maybe I was too hasty. And I don't know what this is now. The cool thing though is I have a identical. Oh, you're not gonna have multiple instances? It's fine. I could just make another instance. Recent projects. Open selected. Cool. So I can figure out what logic I need to just slap in here. And this is within load level read. Is that not what it is? Or level read write? And this is at line 55, but that's not gonna be the same line, is it? Yeah, because this has all the functions we nixed. Game entities. It's called process line. And this one here to here, and we have this function called create command because we use the create command to do this. I see now. Because we didn't want to have duplicate logic, so we did stuff. No problem. We can just yoink this and then get everything that's not contextual to. Wait a second. I just realized I was able to paste without any incident. That's very nice. So we created what? This function. And we're not going to return anything. Yeah, because we're just executing this behavior. There's no such thing as a command here. Okay. And then we do this command. We set this data for the command and then return it, but we're not doing that. We do this particular thing, or command int parameters, collider. But again, we're not dealing with commands. We're just updating the backend, the session data. So this is actually just gravy, baby. I think we're just good. Yeah, we just call this function. Perfect. Okay, what's the next error? Let me catch up in chat too. Oh! Well, this is... Okay. This is cool that it runs. bad that we're not getting it's bad because we're not getting we're not seeing a thing. We don't see anything at all. That's not good. That means our loading is not loading. Let me check my file. We don't have a player in there, right? Yeah, we don't. We also got rid of the update function. Hopefully, is there anything of significance in the update function? Did I do rendering in that? I'm pretty sure I did. I'm pretty sure I didn't, but maybe I actually should have. Or maybe there's like an init thing I need to do that I haven't done. Yeah, we're doing Vim key bindings. Keep pushing. Thank you, Kaya. I appreciate it, man. English, please. You read chat? Yeah, I do read chat sometimes. Low speak English, sir. It's all good, man. I appreciate it. You know, we can do some Google translating. Code for algo trading? No, that's like using your power for evil. I was talking about this to somebody else before, but there's like this there's this movie called Margin Call. It's a great movie. Do I have a tab open here? Okay, no. I can just go here. There's this movie, and it's about the 2008 financial crisis from the perspective of a big financial institute that needs to dump all these bad securities that they have. And they fire an employee at the very beginning, and they spend the whole movie trying to find him because he's the only person who's aware of this and could cause that has a lot of ramifications that can happen. And when they finally find him, he talks about how he used to be an engineer, a civil engineer, and he built a bridge, and how eventually he left that profession to work in the financial institute. And he talked about how that bridge collectively saved people millions, thousands, hundreds of thousands of hours, if not years of time. And how this bridge he built had a way bigger positive impact to humanity compared to his work within the financial sector. And it just kind of blew my mind, because I'm like, it's kind of crazy how much of a brain drain the financial sector is. How much, because if you look at like for C++ jobs, a lot of what you see is going to be algo trading, you know, high speed frequency trading. And it's always in demand, and it always pays way more than, like, you know, regular work. And it's like, it's kind of nuts, man. It's like, oh my goodness, yeah. So yeah, in my brain, in my mind, it's like, okay, that's like the dark side. That's like the money, the money side. Oh man. It was Kevin Spacey. Yep. The other quant was a rocket scientist. Yep. Exactly. Good movie. Exactly. Great movie. Great movie tastes. But yeah, it's insane. It's kind of insane how so much talent, like how much social utility could be brought to humanity if like these people were in like the medical field or something like that, right? But they aren't, because that's not where the money is. So it's like, oh, that's just. Hey, what's up, Tsukade? What's going on? Konnichiwa. Mate. Is that mate or is that mo? Mota. Okay, that's katakana, I think. I don't know. I can't remember. Mansuru o Keta. What was that? Is that arigat tagaru oro? I can't remember. Capitalism, man. Yeah. Hi. Desio. Well, it's good to have you. It's good to have you. This is the second time you pop into the stream too. One Piece, hi. That's goofy. What's going on, Pineapple? But yeah, it's like it's pretty wild, man. It's pretty wild how this works out. So yeah, that's why like I don't want to be mean, but when I think about financial jobs and doing them, like that's just the dark side. That's the dark side. Not to say like what I'm doing is necessarily improving humanity either, but I think it's meaningful work. Delete tile. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out. Let's run through this call stack. So we do engine init. We do play game. Play game. We create this. Oh, I hard coded this too. Astro Gear. There's supposed to be a name here, dude. Okay, whatever. Game create. Oh, that's actually the name of the actual. Okay, yeah. Width, height, starting level, Windows. So we create the game. And we create the game. What do we do here? We set the different things about the window. We create our input module. We init that. We init our session data. We start keeping track of time. We have the camera position, levels. We load level to memory. So we provide the game session, game state, starting level. Okay, cool. And then there's this whole like time issue that I was trying to deal with. Load level from string. And then what do we do here? We have a buffer, string stream, and then we parse each string from the file, and then we process a line from that file. If the line's empty, we return. Otherwise, we do the token, we do this, we do that. We do float position this. And then we go through the types, but this game only supports a tile type, so maybe we'll expand it later, but for right now, this is all we do. And then from here, we create a tile from this. So in fact, we can modify this to be more specific about what it's creating. So we create a tile from the sessions. We have a point, reference to state. We have the position of said tile. And then, yeah, so everything's fine here. And then within this function that we call create tile, what do we do here? So we set the tile is active true. Tile mesh session, we request a quad. We reserve an animator in case it's an animated tile. We play the animation that may be there with an arbitrary speed. That's going to be fixed later. We do a texture size divided by pixel size thing. Okay. Texture columns. Oh yeah, to match animation. We have our request transform. We register a shader for it, so we get the default vertex shader and the default fragment shader. We do tile.mesh. We assign it to here directly. Yeah. Tile.transform. We pass this data in there. Then we set the texture in the renderer. We enable the shader. Tile.texture, assign tile.texture, yep. Do we ever assign it into the level state? I think we don't actually. Yeah, I think we never do that. So maybe that's the issue here. Level dot tiles. Do I need to do this to dereference? Okay, I think that's what's missing here. So let's try playing and run it. Is it 1 a.m.? I guess so, we're getting there. 12:30 something. 12:40. To a new Streamlabs, no AI yet. Thank you, Red. I'm glad you dig it. Red Arrow IO. There we go. So we're still not getting any visuals here. Okay. So what are we gonna do here? We have this create tile thing. We have it in the renderer. So we go into game. So we load level from memory, and we're gonna assume that this is the level data there. In fact, we can even do a cout. I should make my own print so I can add, I mean, I don't know. Maybe not telemetry, but at least logging. Does it support this? Do you support this? C++? No, you don't. You don't support that. Tile count. And then we're gonna do game.levels. I don't have a function for this, do I? Yeah. Okay, we're gonna do this. Get tile count. It's a member function. And then what do we do? Level module. We init stuff. Wait, what am I seeing here? Name to date. Name to data. Wait, what? Oh, this is different. This is like oh, this is like a. Okay, maybe it actually exists in a different capacity. Yeah, this is a collection of all the levels. Okay, that's why we have this. Okay, yeah. No, we have to instead go to session and then be like. Session. Okay, what do you have here? You have shader modules, mesh module, animator containers, render module, transfer registry, collision module, texture registry, but no. Gosh, am I forgetting how this is designed? There's save data, but we're not saving anything there. We have this, but this just keeps tracks of the levels, like the actual, like the file to a string. Is there something critical happening in the engine that's not that prevents me from starting? Like, let's actually test this out. If I go to the other project, if I go into main.cpp, and if I go comment this out and instead start the game in play mode, what happens here? Oh, interesting. So something important is actually happening in the engine editor mode that prevents me from just playing the game. If I start in editor mode, though, then everything's rendered correctly, and I can enter play mode, and things are fine. So something critical is happening in play mode, in the editor. Ooh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So what happens there that doesn't happen in play mode? So we enter editor. Something's happening in this function call. We initialize editor. This is probably where the things are happening. And then we play a game or exit. Oh, and then we run editor. So either something's happening here or here. We run here on initialize. What do? We do stuff. Yeah. Session init. So let's actually compare this. So let's go to game. And where is it? Is there an init function? There's a create function, but there's no init. There's just run. So that, okay, that's a first warning sign. That's a warning sign. So what does that mean then? Well, let's continue comparing. So we have initialize. We do editor.levels equals levels. Yeah, it's C++. Was Zoom scrolling until I saw your stream? So I have for any of the new followers here or viewers, we have, where do I have it? Stream World builds. So I have this overlay that I use sometimes for streams, right? Where it shows the Cozy Cabin Games logo and everything, and has this kind of nice sway to it, and it changes based off time. This is made in Unity, and it's normally fine. However, what's sort of happening is that if I have this running, and let's say I open up like I have another Unity engine instance for like a project I'm working on, it goes from running at 30 FPS, the project, to running at 30, or it goes from running at 300 FPS to like 30 FPS, and it's kind of ridiculous. But when I close this application, it goes back to normal. Now there's probably something dumb happening at an OS level, because my machine has like the specs to run this. So either Unity is doing something weird or dumb across processes, which I doubt, or there's just, I don't know what's going on. Either way, this is a nice excuse for me to just kind of yoink my current engine, in which I'm using to make a game. Not currently. And then I switched to a different project, but it's a nice excuse to yoink that and try making it do this instead. But for this, I'm kind of severely ripping out a lot of code to just make it as simple as possible. So instead of having an editor built into it, we're just using the player and just reading a level file and running it. That's my desire here. But I'm realizing there's actually some important stuff that happens on initializing with the editor that is preventing this from running good, or actually displaying stuff. So I'm kind of curious as to what is the cause for that. We have this create function, which is we do things in a weird way, because usually it's like stack alloc only data, but in this event I think it may not be fine. We're gonna find out. Either way, before I even add this debug stuff though, I actually want to trace through everything that happens when we create a game and then run it, because the editor has this extra function called initialize before it runs and does its thing. So in here, when you run, let's see what we have here. Yeah, when you run, where is it? Let's see here. So there should be a function for run in edit mode and run in... Oh, this is game. Yeah, okay, here's what I want to go to. Go to engine. Yeah, here we go, okay. So when you play game, it just has this basic function of, validate that the mode is correct. We create the game, and then we run it simply. But over here, we have this other thing that happens, and when we enter it from editor, not only do we create the editor at some point. Is that what this is doing? Is it just... because this has an initialize function and then it runs it, right? And here we have a creation and assignment thing, and then we run. So maybe they're more analogous, but this one isn't assigning stuff unless it like assigns itself in here, but I doubt that's what's going on. Either way, I think there's something happening in this function that isn't happening in this one here when we do run. Or even create. Like we have the game name set, the width, height, levels, level, and then we do the input module to get instance, and then init, and then we do session.init. And what does this do here? Similar stuff though. It does editor state, initializes editor state. Then it does the input, get instance, and then init. Does session init. We do session init. Perfect. And then we do a controller init. And that's for the editor controller. That's not like a gamepad or anything like that. And then we do editor level dot levels, load level from memory. This does load level from memory as well. So far, honestly, very much the same within this creation function. And then what do we do here? And that's like something I was debugging before, which is not relevant to this. And then we have run, which is going to be, yeah, more dumb stuff I was doing. Okay, and we call it update function. This does some time things. And then we do module updates. This is session.animators.update. And then session render. Yeah. Why do I feel like this is maybe just not assigning the level state? Like everything is just set to deactive because it's like a default value. Like this almost feels like this is the case. In fact, I think this might be having the issue where we create this temporary allocation of game, initialize some values, and then like return a copy of it, but then because it's like I had this thing before too. Maybe that's why session is like doesn't create this instance, but instead it's like an initializer. And it takes in like these parameters. Yeah, I think it's something like that. Yeah, so instead of creating the instance, we instead do like a void initialize. Nah, man, I love it, dude. What are you making? What are you making? Here. This is made in Unity. I'm remaking this in my own engine. That's a TLDR. That's a TLDR. Just the stream overlay. We made it my own thing. That's all we're doing. Hello from Germany. Hey, glad to have you here. Hope you enjoy, man. I used to go by Trixlebit. I'm no longer really using that. I might make a new one in Newgrounds for Cozy Cabin Games, so it's like all centralized, or maybe just change my name on Newgrounds to Trixlebit or to Cozy Cabin Games. But I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, now this is like an initialize function. Change this to initialize, and then we no longer create a game instance, but instead we're going to take in a Yeah, we're gonna take in a pointer to, or a reference to game, and then we're gonna mutate that. And then now we can actually modify this, and then it should just be fine. And then within the caller function with an engine, instead of doing this, we instead, I don't know, do this and do game.initialize and then pass in a reference to game so that this field can be modified. And then if we press play, I hope something different happens. If not, we at least eliminated something. No! Okay. So nothing different happened. Also, I wonder if maybe the position is just I didn't think about that actually. Maybe the game is actually rendering fine, but the camera is just far away. I didn't consider that because we got rid of the player, and the player is what was dictating the position of the camera. But actually, let me find where the player modifies camera. I'm sorry. I know for a fact we modify camera here somewhere. Unless we do that in like an outer thing, like maybe in the game function here. Maybe it's an update. The update function, what do? We do this stuff. Input, yeah. So what do we do here? We do update, we do frame, we do level state update. Anything with the camera? No. Level state update. We do layer player instance update. 1 second. I was sitting like L this entire time, and my toe is like numb right now. Let me sit like a normal human being. So we have update, we have frame, we have input, we process this input. We do, okay, frame that camera position. So it's not lowercase c, it's uppercase c. Okay. And then we lerp between the camera's previous position and this. So the X position. And the target, it's like the player's current position. And the Z is 0.8. Interesting. Okay. So the camera is set to be, I mean, that would not be. Okay, 1 second. Frame camera position. So the position of the player, wherever the player may be. And it's just a Z position of 8. That's like simple, but hey, maybe that's the solution to all our problems. Where is the update function? We have game run here, and then on run, what do? We go to update. I'm sorry, what did I go to? Where's the update function? Here we go, frame. And then camera position. Let's just do in fact, I wonder what actually what am I doing? It's supposed to be float 3. Why are you mad at me? Why doth thy not like this? No, that's not gonna change things. What's the issue here? Is it a pointer type? I can't pass by reference here. Ooh, that's not great. I don't like that. Okay, so we're just gonna do this instead. We're just gonna pass things like explicitly. .8. Okay, let's just rule that. That should be a simple thing to rule out. No. Okay, cool. Now, one last thing I want to rule out before I really rule this out is that this all positioned at 0, 0. And nothing else is setting the, oh, that's just the Z, this is a lerp, and this is the p-value. I'm dumb. That's not the actual position of the camera. Where is the camera positioned at? Where do we set the camera? Yeah, I'm done. I realize like that's not a flow. That's a lerp function. Oh, in which case, let's see where camera position is set initially. You are set there. Or we're assigning the X value. Is there nowhere that defines where this, what value this is assigned to? Or I guess this dictates it okay. So, wait. So cam position is... This guy determines what the position is. So we actually just don't initialize it ever. We just let it be uninitialized and then let the player update it willy-nilly. Oh, that's pretty funny, actually. So out of curiosity, where doth thou player be? We're gonna have to find this out by actually just going into the project. Going to Cozy Engine, go into data, levels, test grounds, and then we're -1Z. Interesting. I doubt that's going to make a big difference, but you never know, right? Oh, oops, wrong place. Here we go. And where do we modify stuff? We go to update. This could be the make all, break all. Probably not. Yep, still not. Okay. But didn't complex things. You get there eventually, incrementally. There's like 3 possible countries. What's going on? Game dev usually. Today we're just doing something. Yeah, it's my own engine, though. It's not for a game. We're doing like a stream overlay rework. And then going from there. Yeah, I'm not sure. Does the FNF actually is the command working, Terrell? The FNF command? I decided to push this my way. Hey, man, I appreciate it, Salty. Thank you, man. I'm glad you're brought here as well. Thank you, Business Motivation. I'm quite fond of this setup as well. I'm not going to lie, I had a little snafu today, because for a second I thought this monitor died, but turns out it was just a little DVR issue. So we're good now. But I was like, oh my goodness, maybe I should start stockpiling CRT monitors. In case the worst should ever happen. Okay, let's start ruling out some stuff. So I think we're gonna do some debugging. So in what is something else that may or may not... Okay, you don't know. No, we're not going to do that. What I'm going to do is that in here, I'm going to insert a breakpoint, and we're going to inspect some data. So we have session. So I believe I should be able to just... Or is level... One second. I need to like remember how I've architected this stuff. So we have shaders, mesh, animators, render, transform, collision, textures. I guess something simple to do is just look at the transform registry to see how many things exist there. Because there's like a few places where this can be falling apart. It can be falling apart at reading. I doubt it, but you never know. The assignment of the red value to the backend. And finally, the registration of this stuff. That's like a few places where I think it could be going wrong. Render init. Interesting. So I want to get a better feel for this stuff. I think what I'm going to just do is what I'm going to do is just add a breakpoint and just see what is the current state of this stuff. So in game, actually let's look after we load level from memory. Actually go to where this is called. Here we do game.run. Oh, not play. No. I'm going to debug it. See, it's debugging. We have the little green thing. Okay. Wait, what's going on here? Wait, what's going on here? Engine editor state. Evaluate expression. Okay. Oh, one second. Did I Wait, where did this halted here, right? Yeah. Okay. So we have this, we have engine, we have game, we have session, and we have our like transforms right here. So what exists? So you have the transforms, you also have that it's reserved. And ooh, interesting. So all the reserves are false. So none of these are reserved. Okay. Interesting. That's indicating something important. And then the matrices here, I'm assuming are all just, yep, 0, 0, 0. Yep, so they're default values. So I'm guessing session. Interesting. Okay, we're starting to get some. We're starting to get something here. Textures. How many textures are loaded? Yeah, yep. Frame count 0, 1. Yeah, 1, 1. Size pixels. What? Is this the right project? Why are these size 32 pixels? Okay, and then we have our actual. Okay, never mind. Those are engine assets. Okay, so our textures are being loaded. Okay, so yeah, that's not concerned with level data. And then we have testing grounds, and then interesting. but there's no content there. But here we have, okay, so on our map that maps the name to the data, we have the data there. But over here, when we do level grounds.level to, and then the second thing, string, we don't have it there. Oh my goodness, I think I know what's going on here. We added toString function, and we use that here for building this table. Oh my goodness. Okay, so the table has empty data. That's what's going on here. And in fact, let's confirm this. So let's replicate this issue with in the proper version of the engine with the actual game attached to it. Game, quote unquote. So it's not. Let's do debug mode. And where did I insert this? I inserted this at let's go to game, and if we go to so run engine status, call the update function. Actually, even before we do that, before we even get that, where is okay, so you have our create function, and we have a run function. Perfect. And let's go here. This is gonna be called here. Yep. So we're gonna add a breakpoint here, and let's see if my theory is confirmed. So if I press play in the proper game, and we enter play mode. I'm sorry, what? Oh, wait, 1 second. We're not playing in debug mode. Okay. So it's gonna be fine, and then we press play. We trigger the breakpoint. We can go into our play game, and if we go to, let's see here. I'm sorry, what? No state, no symbol? Wait, I can't even get all the data here. I can go here, and there's like response and stuff, but I don't see the actual... Yeah, I don't see the data I'm looking for. Let's try stepping over. Pause. No symbol, engine, and current context. That's odd. There's this though. That's nothing. Game, update. Where's the data I'm looking for? Huh. I simply wish to look at my data. It won't let me. It won't let me. It says no. But in the other project, it said it was fine. Oh, bother. I'm pretty sure that's what the issue is, though. Let me also make sure I'm breakpointing at the right place. Yep, game engine not run, or game.run. Same location, different behavior. Very weird. I wonder if it's due to the way we initialize this. I mean, that'd be odd, but... I mean, not odd, it makes sense, but... It's even odder that it just works. in this version. Hey, should I running it? Only catch up in chat, my bad, guys. It's not only for making games, embedded or something to do with efficiency. Yeah, embedded, it's good for that. High frequency stuff. Algo trading. Yeah, there's a lot of use cases for C++. I want to be more of a C guy, but oh my goodness, thank you. My goodness, why does my mouse keep getting teleported to the other monitor? Okay, please give me data to work with here. No. Nothing to work with here. Wait. Okay, we have no. There's a player instance. Let's look at the player state and the tiles that exist. And they're reserved and set to true, which is cool. And the tile's reserved. Yes, it's showing true for a number of them. Cool. And then registers. Here we go. Here's the engine. Okay, cool. So what we're looking for is in game session, we're looking for transforms. Actually, no, we're looking at the level module, actually. Shaders, mesh, animators, render, transforms, collision, textures. Levels, here we go. And if you look here, yes. Both tables actually have data there. This one has testing grounds, and then this one has... Okay, let's take a screenshot as well. Let's take a screenshot. So we can have this for our own references, our own records. So this is what it looks like. In fact, I'm going to post this in the Discord just so I don't forget. Good movie. I love like deep diving into like I watch a bunch of movies about the 2008 recession. Maybe not a bunch. It's like 2 movies. Hey, also new friends. Welcome, guys. Frank Laurent. We got Smoke. Let's go. Welcome, guys. NN Plays. Glad to have y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna just throw this in. I don't know what's an appropriate channel. I think I'm just gonna throw it in game testing, just so we don't forget. Just so we don't forget this. The data that's stored here, and now we're gonna go back here. Close this. And then if my theory is correct, either this is a cause or is a symptom. We enter directly to play mode. No, it's not play. It's not actually play. I want to debug mode. Debug mode. Debug mode. Debug mode. Thank you. Run it. It's going to trigger again. Nice. Oh my goodness. My mouse keeps teleporting to the third monitor. I don't know why. I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm really trying not to lose it. Oh my goodness. Please. Oh, please. Oh, please. I do not want to go crazy. I'm going to go crazy, though. Oh, you know what? This mouse doesn't fail me. Okay, you failed me. It's like right when it hovers over it. It just teleports to the other screen. I'm going crazy. Like you see it. My mouse hovers onto it. About to touch it. It's gone. What is going on here? What is going on here? Oh, my bad, dude. I also realized a horizontal stream. My bad, dude. Yeah, I play games. I wanted to play Skyrim today, but Yeah, sorry, Salty, Prime, O1, Simplify, Red Prince Media. I'm sorry, dude. I realized I had the RuneScape music background music, and that covered chat. So my bad. I'm sorry, horizontal people. My bad. All right, but we trigger this. The issue happens, I believe. Or we know it happens. And if we go into main and we go into engine and we go into levels, what do we have here? Nothing. Empty string. An empty string. And I believe this is the crux of the issue. I believe this is the crux of the issue. I don't know how this is the crux of the issue, but this is the crux of the issue, I think. I need to remember what these build tables are for. One is like from, if we go back to, in fact, I'm going to close this real quick. It's the first one that's like blank. If we go back to Discord, this one has a name to the actual full file path, the file data. And this one has test grounds and then like to its name and engine. So this is the one that's the problematic one, is taking the data from the file and chucking it in here. For some reason, that's just not happening when we enter play mode. That's important because when we load, we actually don't load from the files. We actually load from this string that's cached in memory. That's a little bit of a problem. Also, what's going on, Tremerka? Good to have you here. Incoming. Lily, we survived. We overcame. We lived. What are repos? Repos are like they're like a save file in a game. Like if you play a game like Skyrim, for example, you have like a save game, and as you play through the game, they're like a save file, right? But then in Skyrim, you might know that like you have multiple saves for one, like, in fact, the save is not the best way of thinking about it. A repo is like a collection of all the saves you have for a game. And like Skyrim, you have a campaign, right? And you might be playing it one way, and you make a bunch of saves while you're doing that. And then maybe you make a mistake so you can roll back to the other save. Or maybe you start making some changes and playing a different route. So you still have your main save, but then you make another like line of saves that are meant to like maybe be the dark timeline you're enacting versus your main good person timeline. That's kind of what a repo is for programming, where I have like you have a log of all the versions of your application. So like even for let's say for like for this one, MiniQuest, right? This Rust game engine, I can actually have Git on here, and you can like it's this is the repo, and you can do git log, and you see all the changes I've done to it. Data orientation on this date, and then we did correct camera view matrix the other day in pixel space, and entry rework, and all this kind of stuff. And the cool thing is you can actually revert the application back to these versions and actually just use it as it was. And there's more to it. You can make branches, but that's what a repo is. It's basically like a save game. You're basically like Sans from Undertale, where you just have access to all these different saves that you can load at any given time, which is kind of important when you want to have like reliability and freedom to do changes. Proud of you. Thank you, Lily. We breathe. Save your project, either public or private, onto something like GitHub so that you don't have to go back. Your system configuration, I mean, what part? They're all on so if you guys are interested, right, on my setup, I do have a Codeberg, codeberg.org/cozycabingames. Just Cozy Cabin Games, and I have some repos there with my configs I use for Linux. I have my PyCom, I have my i3 configuration there, and I don't have my terminal theme on there, but I'm probably gonna move it sometime soon from GitHub to here. But yeah. And then I have like private repositories like for my dev kit for Unity and my current game, my game in 3 weeks project, FNF. So that's like your little crash course about it. So the questions I was encountering, which is testing grounds. We need to find out how I'm not gonna lie to you. I just want to play some RuneScape right now, man. Every time I hear this song, it's great. So no, GitHub is free. Codeberg is also free. I'm using Codeberg completely free. And GitHub, you can pay to get like, I think they do like, you could pay to get extra storage and whatnot. Codeberg is free right now, and you can just do donations. It's pretty rad. I was looking into using Raylib for graphics from C for my project on top of Flex. Okay, sick. Basically, I was thinking about going full C because all is technically possible. Yes, do it, Taberka. Go to Sealand. It's gonna be great. I want to go to Sealand. I cowered it out today. I went back to just using this because I already know how to do. I can just work with GLFW without having to go through this process of doing a configure and whatnot. But that means I'm tied to CLion. I miss working in Rivendun where it's just C, no abstractions, and just a simple GCC build script. That's it. So something's happening in here. So let's look what happens with the level module. We have this here, and we have the input happening, title for the GLFW window, controller init. We have a load from memory, load level from memory. So what does this do? You have a level name. Oh, this is loading from the memory. Okay. Like not. Oh, okay. So this is the levels loaded that we have saved in memory. So that's the table we talked about. We have this table where we Okay, let me go here. Like we mentioned, I have a list, this whole table where we have like the full contents of a level in a single string, so that in the application when you go to another level, there's no opening a file and reading and parsing it. We already have the raw data there, which we do parse, but you know, we don't have to open a IO stream, which is pretty cool. But the issue is that when we load from memory, we're having this issue. So that means that we're not building something critical. And it's not happening here because we have editor levels, a level module levels. Okay. Where do we use this? We assign it here. Interesting. Do we not do that in our game function? We have initialize, we have the levels. Do we initialize, assign it? We assign it, okay. So the next logical question I have is, do we ever actually construct the level module? Or are we just kind of, it's a pointer. So game initialize. And I don't see anything here that's doing that, so let's look to see if the game on init. Let's see here. Contract window. Yeah, nothing concerning the Okay. So you have engine levels.init. So we create a new instance. We init it here. So is this not, and this should be actually called every time. So, okay. Level directory, entry path, entry sorted by name. Okay, we do the whole building stuff here. Okay. So actually, now that I think about it, the error we have still has an entry. There's an entry that exists here, and there's an entry that exists here, which means that the content is empty. So we actually do execute this. So it's okay. So it's not a matter of this not getting executed. So something's happening in terms of the content reading. So what happens? String contents get line. We continue on our way. And then we insert it. Or we add it, or we concatenate it to here, and then continue, and then... So this is just somehow empty. I wonder if, like... Does me having this open here cause issues? I doubt that's the case, but... I've seen this before. GitHub integrations, all their IDs. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I don't really use it though. I like just command line terminal. Okay, now. Like an application, it's an IDE. So like Python IDE, kind of. They have an IDE for Python called PyCharm. Yeah. Kind of. VS Code is like out the box, just like a text editor, essentially. And then, but you have a very easy system of plugins where you can add stuff to it, right? Like in my mind, an IDE is like it's not only a text editor, but it's also has the compiler added onto it. It has debugging tools of various types, and then usually you want to have nice in-depth things for refactoring, IntelliSense, like that kind of thing. A lot of text editors don't have that. They're just this, but then like things like VS Code, you can add plugins that provide like the compilers and the additional behavior you want to have in your code, and then stuff like when I work on C projects like for Rivendun, I don't use an IDE. I just use Vim, and then I use GDB to do debugging. Like there's just discrete separate programs that do explicitly just one job, and that's all. I like that. It feels nice. It feels good. Which is why I wanted to try to make this, figure out how to build this, but without using CLion's toolchain, but we shall get there eventually. Okay, but we're getting something here though. So there's only one of these ever. So let's just debug and see what happens. Okay. So entry. So we have levels. I'm sorry, what? Init. Okay, so we built a list of names. Our first entry is this, and then we step over. Extension. Step over here to string. So this is the raw file name. which is levels, testing grounds dot level. Cool. Where's my debugger? Did I move it too low? Oh no, did I move it too low? Oh no, it's okay, it's there. So next we step over that. And then we check to see if it's not of the correct extension type. It is, so we should bypass that. Right now name original is like just blank. So we get the stem. Now it's assigned to testing grounds. Cool. Then we go here, we open a file stream. Okay. Cool. Open here. Content is empty. We're going to be concatenating stuff to it. We do get line. And we do get the line actually, so that there's actual data there we're reading. So it should not be empty. If line is empty, it goes to, it doesn't continue. It continues down here, does the concatenation. Continue doing that. And then we insert this here. We perform this insertion. So contents, okay. And then we print out that we loaded this level into memory. And then name to file. We look at this data here. So let's even go to main, go to engine, go to game. Actually, levels module. If we look at this, we have both data here. We have testing grounds, this, and that. Okay, we continue on our way. So now we can just play. We have the content there. And this is in our StreamWorld application. So we continue playing. And then no symbol, engine, and current context. Okay, something here. Yeah, whatever. Something happened. Let's go to main. Let's go to engine. Let's go to levels. And then... and you see here? So something on runtime is overwriting... I'm sorry, what? Name to data. And we have this... We have an empty entry here. Wait a second. Why is there an empty levels testing grounds dot level testing grounds and then this with the actual data populated there? Oh. So this may not even be the issue. Unless we're calling this. In which case, no, so this isn't the issue. The data does exist here under this key. Oh, this is perplexing, dude. All right, let me look at the state of the application again. So for level, for example, these are all the levels, but where is this session transforms, and nothing's reserved here. So let me trace through something else. Let's go to where we load the let me investigate something else. Or not something else, but in a different point. Let's see, because the data does exist, I actually do believe. So I'm kind of curious as to what happens when we load from memory. What are we getting, and then What are we not doing when we do that? This is where the breakpoint is. We have our initialize function here. It's still odd there's like an empty entry there, but I don't actually think that's causing the issues because we call based off of the name, not the full name. Unless we do. That'd be weird though. In fact, actually, let me... Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh my goodness! Is this really it? Is it the fact that we gave this instead of this? Oh my goodness. If that was the issue... If that was the issue, I'm gonna be so... No, that can't be the issue. I mean, there's something very critically wrong too, if that's the issue. Oh my goodness. We're using the wrong key value. We're using the wrong key. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hello, what's going on, isopods? Oh my goodness. So, this entire time, there was we gutted a bunch of the application code, and that was not the issue at all. The issue was that, first of all, I'm being too permissive, but also it was the fact that we just called the wrong level name here on Play Game. You did it, yes, we did it. It was just dumb. Oh my goodness, man. That was so freaking dumb. That was so dumb. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm using Sea Lion. Oh my goodness. Okay, we got that. Okay, so we can start doing some actual fun things. How long was that debugging for? We're at 3 hours right now, so it's like we spent 2 hours debugging this stupid thing. We can actually start working on making the level actually cool and pretty now, which is fun. I like that. I like making pretty level. Let's do that. Textures. So we have T_sky day and then sky night. Okay, cool. Yep, sky day and then sky nights and then T clouds. I'm not gonna lie, I feel a little bit mad, dude. I feel like that was such a waste of time. It's like the fact that I had it right. That's the thing that, like, I was right. It was just something. Oh my goodness. Whatever. It's fine. Parker, so is this what a repo could be used for? Like you described earlier, you made a bunch of changes, and once you discover the real issue, you can go back to previous. I mean, it's easy to do that too. You can also do that. Like you can make a bunch of changes and then like revert all the changes you made to the last commit you did. I've done that a bunch. You can also just make a branch to test something and, you know, keep it alive for a while. I think like GitHub has a cool little node graph thing that shows you how it works. Hey, now we're starting to get somewhere. I need to fix some of these textures, but we're starting to get somewhere. Yeah, in fact, I can go here to better illustrate this. Does Codeberg have a node graph? I don't think I've made any branches actually. I wonder if actually this includes history. Let's see here. There's activity. Let's see here. Code frequency, contributors, recent commits. Nope. I'm looking for the graph. I know GitHub has like a specific thing for this, but pulse, contributors, code frequency maybe? No. No, that's not it. Okay, I don't think Codework has it, or I just don't know where it is. 1 second. I know you're somewhere here. Okay, there's branches. Does it show the visuals of branches? I want to see the cool visual for branches. It doesn't. New pull request. Nope. You don't show me the thing. Alright, I'll just go to GitHub. Because I know at least there... Oh, I'm not signed in. I'm not going to sign in on stream. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. But it's like literally like a branch, like a tree branch. We have like a main one, and then you have ones that shoot off, and then maybe they come back into the fold. That's unlike real life trees, but sometimes it goes like this, or sometimes it stays there and it just dies eventually. Or maybe you have it there for like, hey, this is the current version of the application, but then I'm going to make a branch that's just meant to indicate, hey, this is where it was when we released it for, I don't know, maybe a demo, or maybe for a release, a 1 point something release of the game, and then maybe things continue, and then you make another branch for like, hey, this is the 2.5 version release or something. Or maybe you do versions based off of like platforms. People have different ways of handling this, but yeah, branches are super cool. I love it. And Git is a fantastic tool. Fantastic tool. Yes. I'm actually so happy, dude. It's actually coming together. It's actually coming together. Let me continue kind of making this look more better, and we're gonna have to like scale these up though like crazy. Like the further back it is, the bigger it scales up. That's easy to do though. I think that's gonna be pretty straightforward. I just want to get the appropriate size first, and then we'll go from there. There we go. That looks pretty decent. It looks pretty all right. I need to fix the assets back there, but it's good enough. Or not good enough, but we can. It's a nice proof of concept, and then we can start making our changes that we desire from here. So I'm gonna do a thing where the further back it is, the bigger we scale it. So we can go to tile.create. Do you ever use this function? They were not found. There's 0 usages. That's the issue. That's the issue. We have in the level state. In the level state, we have this function that's overriding things. No, not set tile. Or actually, usages of set tile. There's only going to be one. Yeah, this. Yeah, we use this dumb function to do stuff. And then what do? We do speed, tile texture. Where's the transform? Here we go. Request size. Yeah, and we have size from where? Size equals texture size. Yeah, that's because that's for animations. But then we're also going to do a thing where it's going to be the further away, the bigger it is. So it's going to be a coefficient. I think it's negative though. So I think we're gonna do a positive thing for this. So we'll do tile dot, or no, just size equals times equals position dot z. And then maybe add some other multiplicative to it, but I think this could be a fine, easy starting point. Well, Lang C++. Nah, we don't do that here. Ooh, now this is humongous. Okay, multiplicative time. Multiplicative. So this scales differently. Level state. Player, level state, tile. Yeah, we're gonna add our little coefficient here. In level, yep. Actually, I wanna do this. Da, da, da. Here's a function. So we want to add a coefficient to this, maybe like times, so it doesn't scale like that. Maybe start with 0.2f, run it. Yeah, Terrell's awesome, dude. I love it. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. Rust is not great, honestly, though. I've done Rust. I wrote this engine in Rust initially. It's fine if you believe if you conform your thinking to what they define as good programming or safe programming, but I find to do the things I want to do, I end up writing so much unsafe Rust that it's just not worth using Rust. And if I do use the idiomatic Rust structures and things that they desire, you just end up with something that's not as concise, nor you end up sacrificing some performance for it. So yeah, I started with Rust, but no, I didn't start. I started this whole engine endeavor with Rust, but it's just not for me. Okay, either this. I'll be doing 2 to 3 bare bones demos for my project on different stacks. 1 C, 2 Julia, interesting. 3 game engine, just to get a feel of what works and why. Yeah, I think that's a good way to go about it. It's also just very fun to, and this is a negative coefficient, so we can make this negative to invert that. But that's actually a really cool way to go about it. In fact, I'm kind of interested in checking how this works. Hey, you see this, guys? You see this? Now, you can't really see much because there's no parallax because the camera is fixed and there's no movement. But we're going to find out now how it looks. But now it's like, even though these are far away and there's a perspective projection matrix being used for the camera, it's gonna, it still looks like it's scaled appropriately for the image. It's pretty rad. Pretty rad. Now, that being said, what I wish to do now is I wish to have the camera move a little bit. So in our, I think in the game loop, there's a to do somewhere. Yeah, right here. We're gonna do our logic for the camera. Like we're gonna, instead of doing this, we're gonna do like, can I just do sine? Yeah, we're gonna do like Sign, and then we have frame dot. Do I have a time or is it a session? Is there time? Is there not a time counter here? I think we do have. Yeah, frame start. That's for calculating delta times. But I need to have a global clock timer here, and I'm surprised I don't have one. I'm pretty sure I thought I did have one for when the game starts, but I'm guessing we just don't. Odd. Weird. Interesting. Yet scary. Frame start. Yeah, and it started an update. Yeah, this is kind of surprising. But no, I just calculated the delta time. No, I have to have the timer here. There's a global timer somewhere. That's not right. There is one. I refuse to believe that we don't have any form of timer whatsoever for game ticks. Oh, I think that's what I was working on last before I left this to work on something else. What's going on in the Core Panda? Russ is rusty. The engine? Well, I'm repurposing the game engine to do a stream overlay thing. Yeah, and then once I get this working, I think we're gonna be. Once we get this working, okay, you know what? Screw it. We're just gonna make a timer for game. We're just gonna do that, and maybe there is maybe the timer exists here. What do we have here? FPS sample size, FPS average. We have the update sample because I was figuring out how to make this work more consistently. Camera position, camera level state, game name, window. We have a game start time. Okay, so we have a snapshot of the game start time. And then we can calculate the current time. Or maybe we don't even have to, maybe just get time, like, because it's just is this a snapshot or a timer? It's a time point. Okay, cool. So we have Chronos game start time. Nice. And then so we have, so now we could just do the difference between now frame start. Yep. Yeah, we can actually just use this. So within here, so you have clock now, cool, and then we can do I'm just gonna call it time because I don't really frame. I forgot this. It's frame start minus game start time, and that produces a duration. Of how much? I don't know. We're gonna figure out how to get the total here, and then okay, cool. So we have a duration of some sort. So within here, we can use that duration to calculate. No, it's called time. Count. Okay, we can just do that for now. That doesn't give any insight into what units this is. There's like a static function, I think, to convert it to like milliseconds. In fact, I have it here somewhere. Verify duration. Clock now. Produces a duration. Okay, I guess I don't have it here. Okay, so duration cast, and then you can do to milliseconds. Okay, cool. And then you can do count, I believe, and that's how you get the time. Okay, cool. I don't like. I think I'm gonna move this to be more succinct. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. I think that's what we're just gonna do. So we go to time, and then we'll do this, a duration cast, and then 2 milliseconds, because I think that should be reasonable enough, or maybe just seconds. Oh, I don't think it's gonna do, does it do floats? It's gonna be an autocast thing. No, it's gonna be an integer value. Yeah, count. Okay. Actually, first of all, I'll do this, and then milliseconds, and then that's microseconds. That's like the total number of milliseconds. Okay, cool. And now we can just do. Instead of doing all this business, now we can just do what I really want to do, which is just time. And then we can add some other multiplicative to it to make this more more reasonable. Like we can define like an amplitude. And in world space, maybe it's like 32 pixels. So it's gonna be like amp times sine, amp times cos, and then we'll have some kind of float speed time factor. For right now, we'll just make it 1 and see how that works. Not 1. Just go from there. And let's see how this looks. Let's see how this looks. Oh my goodness. Okay. Needs to be a little slower. The cabin is not cozy. That's the cabin is stressful and scary, and it's a bad time for everyone involved. That's what that was. Okay, let's see if this is good. For the cozy vibes, yeah, we try to be cozy, and then stuff like this happens. Okay, a little wiggle. Better, but not perfect. Oh man, 10 on the Richter scale, yeah, dude. The entire population just died. That's what happened right now. You just witnessed the entire cozy cabin population just die. Oh man. Okay, the subtle offsetting, nice. I'm gonna move the camera to be a little bit closer. But this is the subtle kind of look I was looking for. Much more chill. Maybe a little bit faster. And then we're gonna have this be, instead of like -1, maybe like negative. Nice. Do that again. You know, before my laptop broke, I was focusing on the least important stuff. I felt some analysis paralysis. Now that all I can do is think about architecture design, it's like everything is possible. That's great. That's good to hear, Tamirko, that you're getting like some... Well, you said that you're thinking that everything's possible, but are you getting some clarity in terms of what you want to execute and do as a result of like thinking architecturally? Yeah, better. And then we're gonna do some shader stuff. We're gonna do because we need to do the day-night cycles. So we're gonna have a means of having the sky and all these surfaces to be shaded differently depending on what time of day it is. So we're gonna have to look at some stuff for that. But I want to get some other things. Because in our version we had like a sense of, and the Y, I think I'm gonna make it have a certain offset. I don't know, we'll see. But I want to have like this, like, I want this to be pretty similar, if not better, than the one we did in Unity. Yeah, I think we have to have like some kind of Y offset though. This is getting better though. This is getting better. Let's do 100. No, I mean it's too much. Like 50. Let's try 100. See where that takes us. Nice. Still seeing a little bit of the background, but that's fine. Maybe I'll match the clear color with the color we have here. Oh yeah, brother. This is coming together. I mean, also, like if we go here, we made the texture square, so we could just, we're already paying the price of having all this memory. We could just like save this and just run it. No, that's the game. That's the game. Wrong one. Here we go. So it actually jiggles. That'd be kind of cool. More shakes. Commence the jiggling. Shout out to Cleft Lip and Palette folks. We love y'all. What's Palette? Either way, shout out to the Cleft Lip and Palette folks. This is coming together. Okay, let's also fix that cloud in the background. In the future, I'd be cool and actually have hot reloading for assets so that I can just change it and not have to close editor, but we're not that cool. We're not that guy. We haven't done file sentry to monitor file change and accesses. We're not there yet. There's probably a good library for it. Just haven't tried using it yet. Oops. Come on. There we go. Very nice. Save. Oh, you're still running? Don't you chill up, bro? You do good coding every time? Because that's kind of what I do, man. That's just the man I am. The things I do. Okay, cool. I might make the scale factor a little bit more extreme. Like, this is 90% there. But I just want to make it a little bit more so that these flail out a little bit. Maybe I should just do non-linear scaling. Maybe that's just what I need to do, is just non-linearity. Maybe that's just what the doctor ordered. This is pretty sick, though. Actually very happy with this. Yeah, so what do I... There's also the issue that the cabin isn't oriented at the same position. It's not at like 0. Which is a tricky thing. Maybe I should just do that. Instead of having this super extreme... Like, maybe have this guy... Because then the scale is going to be... I bet it's like linearly exaggerated. Yeah, it's Linux. The Duke. Do gradient repelling effect on the sky. Gradient repelling effect. What is that? I've Doom. Scrolled past your stream twice at this point. It's all good, man. It's all good, dude. It's a bit easier to reason about the problem space. Easier to reason after I reevaluate. I mean, got you. That's good to hear, man. How can you make yourself sit 4 hours to 5 hours straight without burning out? I don't know. This is something that's really fun for me. This is a project that I find interesting and cool. So there's like one. That's like one part of it. I mean, I also do this for work a lot, so it's not. You just build a tolerance. I don't know. I think when you're doing something that interests you a lot, or you have like a vision for, any little thing you do is like an incremental step towards it, and it just makes you want to just keep getting closer and closer to the vision you have in your mind. It's like this gamification. It's kind of like in RuneScape, where it's like every time you grind killing cows, it's like a step towards getting that level so you can finally beat up that bully that's been killing you in game. It's kind of that same thing for me. Also, you are going to cause problems for me in the future. I'm glad we debugged that, though. We're now aware of this. So we have the textures. Should I start making some shaders? That'd be kind of fun. But it looks amusing. It's just Ubuntu with i3. Yeah, the interest is the key, though, because if it's not interesting, you're not gonna like. For me, I can have the simplest task in the world, but if it's boring, I'm gonna procrastinate so hard on that. I just don't want to do it, and I'm not gonna be motivated to do it. But it could be a big task that requires a lot of focus for a long time. But if it's super cool to me and it just gets me in that kind of way, dude, I will sit forever. Yeah, I think maybe we do a new shader. I want to do the cloud scrolling effect, so I think we're gonna do that. I think there's some other things we need to pass in as well. In fact, I know for a fact we're passing in time at some level, because for the renderer, we pass in a time parameter for animated sprites. That's how they animate. No, it's not. It's the animator stuff in the CPU side that's driving that. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I guess I just went this entire time without having a global clock of some sort. That's kind of wild. Cool. So we have... Yeah, we're going to make a shader. That's what we're going to do. And I believe we have this asset already here. I was trying to figure out how to make this... Yeah, but we're not going to do that. Shaders, we have the lit sprite thing. We're not doing that yet. We have unlit frag and unlit sprite. Or I have a default.vert, and then we have a unlit dot frag. And then there's a lit sprite. Okay, cool. And this is what we use for like animation stuff. Okay. So I'm gonna make a duplicate of this. I'm gonna make a few versions of this fragment shader. Hopefully this like persists across buffers or across Vim, but if not, Vim cloud dot frag. Nope, that's not the right one. Okay, so we're gonna check the reference. And we have a bunch of properties here, but none of them really matter. Oh, maybe they kind of do. Maybe they don't. I don't think they should. They should not, because we're not doing any of this animation. We're not doing any real animations here, except for like some fun UI stuff. Good night. You have a good one, dude. What's up, Rudra? You know, like some projects just always live in your memory and you think about them throughout the day. They're just always loaded into your mind. No, that's really it. That really is it. There's things that are just in your RAM. That's a good way of thinking about it. You know what I can do? I can just save this, and then we can just go into here and then type in cloud.fragment. Yeah, and then we can just yoink all the stuff I want and throw it in here. I don't think we're gonna do any animation though, if I'm gonna be real with you. Or I guess it just doesn't matter. Yeah, we're not doing any of this lit stuff yet. And in fact, I don't think I even... Okay, we need to just fix our terminology here, because there's a lot of things that are just not right. So we have a simple unlit fragment shader here, and that's kind of largely what we're going to be using for our cloud. Because the clouds are not going to be animated. There we go. So you have our position, you have a UV, normal, that's all we really need. And then for the clouds, all we're going to be doing is going to be offsetting the UV by a little bit. So we're going to be doing, we also need a time parameter. That's what I'm realizing we need. In what, float? And then we can do like OpenGL. GLSL is odd. I keep forgetting stuff between HLSL and GLSL. Can we see a demo? Sure, you can see the look of it right now. I wonder if it's going to work because one shader is not going to compile. Ah, it works. So this is how it looks currently. The target is to make it look like this other version I did in Unity. This one's much more robust because I make it change with time of day and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm remaking this in my own engine. That's what we're doing. Pawan, that's what we're doing right now. What do you work? Yeah, there you go, Kodu Flower. So yeah, this is coming along. And this is kind of a nice little precursor to actually working on any game in my engine, because to do this properly, I need to do audio. I already have input figured out, but audio, some basics visuals, a lot more time and stuff. What's the goal of the own engine? Just to leave Unity entirely and have a workflow that's tailored to me and works the way I want it to. Just want to be free, man. Just want to be free. Dobby wants to be free with a hammer molded to his hands. Okay. So we have this. I keep forgetting the syntax. I think we're going to do like vec2. I think that's correct syntax. UV is going to equal to vec2. Yeah, so we're going to do just normal UV dot y here. But in here we're going to be using this UV dot x plus time. And that's what we're going to be using here. Thank you, Kodu. Thanks for the encouragement. I appreciate it, man. Oh my goodness. I went to the gym today. And so part of the reason I wanted to revive my finish Riven Done. So this is like a task management application I made, or am working on, a TUI based one. And the reason I want to revive it is because I want to make an application for tracking my workout that is like a TUI for that. Because my phone, I have a bash, I have a bash terminal, or a terminal emulator on my phone. So I can like, and I have like Riven Done cloned on here and stuff. So I could like, it would be so cool to, as I go through my workouts, like just use my TOI to input data and stuff. And then like I can just commit it and pull, so I can like do analysis over here if I want to. Why do any kind of web deving? Why do any kind of backend infrastructure where you just commit to Git and have that be your database? Just mooch off of someone else's. It's kind of what I'm doing with Riven Done too, but yes, big backend developer energy. Oh man, I'm actually very happy with the progress though. This is pretty fast. Aside, like, if you ignore that dumb bug we had, that little simple thing, this has actually turned out pretty quickly. Now the thing I need to add here though, render module, is I need to pass in some parameters. Are we reaching the shaders? No, that's just yeah, I think this shader module just keeps track of these guys. But the actual render module is where we do a lot of all the changes. So if we go to like render, and within this loop, programs, we use a program, and then you pass in the GL ints. So you just need to pass like a GL float. And it's just gonna be called, I really am so bad with the naming conventions for shaders because I never made a hard decision on what to do. I have that for the CPU code, not here though, not for shaders. Shaders are just all over the place. You already know what you need in your custom engine. You can do whatever with it. Exactly, man. I can, like, for this application, I ripped everything I didn't need from the engine to make this, to just work, just do your one job, which is to render this. That's cool. You can't do that with anything off the shelf, or at least without extensive work. Like, I don't know. Like, I can't go into Unreal and be like, get rid of the editor. I just want the player, and I want to manually input. Like, I want to manually just dictate what's in the save or scene file, and that's it. Like, you can't do that, man. You can't do that. So we have a GL float defined here, and then where do we set these properties? Uniform. Yeah, here we go. These are attributes. Yeah, GLBind buffer, vertex, attributes, pointer, yep. But no, we're just doing the uniform. For float, time, I think is what I called it. Yeah, I should really call it time underscore location. And animators, nope, none of this, none of this, none of this. Actually, out of curiosity, does animators have its own form of animation states? No. Yeah, we need to have some kind of time keep going on here. You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna go to game. Just gonna make a singleton or static thing. Static variable. Why not? Who's gonna stop me? Float global time milliseconds. Who's gonna stop me? You can't stop me. I'm the king of the castle. King of the castle. Actually, you know what? We're gonna be. Oh wait. I do things so weird in this. I design stuff so weird in C++ and C. I do Unity builds, or glob builds or whatever, and I do them in a particular way where I don't have to worry about. Where I end up worrying about ordering quite a bit in dependencies. So I can define global time here and assign this value to it, but I'm afraid I don't think the renderer, because this appears way before that and has no dependencies to this. So I think it requires, when you call render, yeah, I think we just have to, it's gonna be a parameter that's passed in. Yeah, the global time is not gonna work for us. Never mind, I am not the king of the castle. I am not the king of the castle. Okay. I might even make a separate struct just to define shader global data, but we'll do that later. Okay, that should be the uniform that's used. And then, oh boy, we have to have a way of specifying that the cloud should use a specific shader. So either it's gonna be defined in the file format, or we define it like hard code in the application. Could lead to difficulties when you want to pause. Some things have, some other things keep moving. I mean, that's a matter of state management. Having a global time, like, I never have global time is something that in other applications I've done. It's something that's never going to be stopped or paused. Like, even though the game is in that state of a pause, like, that's not bound to that. Especially because I like having a separate thing that represents in-game time ticks, independent of like an application tick. Because then when you do things like time dilation, for example, like in this game, for example, I showed earlier, Crimson Crown, I was showing like this whole ability for the player to like slow down time and dilate it. Yeah, like here they have, oh my goodness, a slowdown. So like here they have like an ability that's like stops time, yeah, time stop. And then, you know, you activate it and things slow down, and it's not a discrete thing either. It's like a very separate thing. But yeah, no, time, I always like have a distinction between game time versus real application time. Do you start with game development? Yeah, I got started programming with game development. Yeah, since like I was in middle school, I started programming. Also, I wanted to start developing games, and I'm planning on relying on blueprints. What are your thoughts on the ability to go deep with blueprints? I mean, if in terms of Unreal, I mean, like blueprints are not, they're not bad performance wise. As far as the freedom of expression, there's only so much you can do with blueprints. They do have like snippets of code to execute C++ things if you need to have that extra freedom to do that. I see a lot of people do things where they prototype in blueprints and then end up rewriting it in C++. But like you don't necessarily have to do that. I just find like any kind of node-based thing, it becomes way more messier to deal with than just text. If that makes sense. But you can do stuff. Like I've seen people do incredibly like cool things with that, and non-trivial things with it. Especially in the confines of like an engine with Unreal, where like a lot of things are already taken care of for you. Then I think it's fine. I think if you're doing like application logic stuff, then there's only so much you can do with it, because blueprints, at least to my knowledge, fundamentally just kind of dictate procedures and changes, whereas the capacity to like model information is very different. But that's like a separate thing. Yeah, I think like even with Unity, like you have a shader graph you can use to write shaders using like point and click stuff, and it's like cool, and it's a cool, nice visual indicator of like how things are working. But even then, even though like it compiles down and it's like equally or very comparably performant just writing your HLSL code directly, for me at least, it's very visually simple and succinct to just look at like this shader. Like I remember doing this for like when we had the Vision Pro. We had to work with the Vision Pro for work, and it only supported shader graph, and like a shader that took like a few lines of code in a fragment shader was just like this huge disgusting mess in shader graph. And like that seems like, if I was a beginner and I'm trying to do something that's not that crazy, but when you have this huge thing, it just feels way more intimidating than just like a few lines of code. But I know it's personal preference, and like at the end of the day, the most important programming language, or the best programming language, is the one that you actually use and work with, because that's what you're gonna get experience with. And if it gets you to do the things you want to do, that's important. I started with GML. Actually, I started with C++, but then I switched really quickly to GameMaker and GameMaker language, and I started with drag and drops first before I went to even GML. So it's not I'm not gonna knock anyone for using blueprints or anything like that. Time is passed here, and then within game. Yeah, we have things I need to figure out how I want to handle this. And I need to inspect how my shader API works. Shader modules and how we keep things tracked. Because we have like what? We have a string to a uint binding. So I could try being like, hey, we just specify an int for the shader of the object. That seems kind of lame. The simplest thing might be just being like, hey, Just hey buddy, just if it's a cloud texture, if the texture's cloud, we use this shader, and if not, we just use default. Kind of jank, kind of wah. And I think I need to make a actual hard decision about how I want to handle this, because that's not going to fly when I start making an actual proper complex game with a lot of different shader instances and whatnot. Later. Thanks for answering my questions. Hey, thank you, Nicholas. Good luck in your game deving and programming adventures. It's a long road. I'm still on that road right now, man. We're still learning every day. But that's the fun part of it, man. Got work tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of it. Yeah, you have a good one, dude. Thanks for hanging out, man. Thanks, Terrell. Hope you have a good one, dude. Rest well, and always appreciate your modding on stream. And we'll talk this week about assets and stuff for the game project. Yeah, you let me know what day works good for you. And honestly, man, yeah, this might be something I just have to sleep on for a second and think about it. Because this has like some ramifications on how we design our file structure. And I want to make this very easy for me. Usually it's enough that just an entity can define, hey, I'm this type of entity. I'm going to use this type of shader. But for something like this, where it's like basically the same thing, I'm like, maybe just make the tile. Maybe have a list for tiles. Let me actually look at this. We don't use this creation function though, if I recall correctly. Instead, we use, what do we use? We use in level read write, I believe. Yeah, we have this function here for creating a tile, and then register shader, we get just the default here. But here we're gonna have a variance happen. We're gonna have like for fragment, may do a ternary operator, and like, I don't know, if where is the texture? Where do we get information about the texture? Texture info. Oh, okay. So we have the ID and its index, but we don't have its plain text name. Stopping the upside down by coding. It'll likely be Saturday coming up. Oh, for the asset stuff? Oh, brother. Dude, I'm on day 14 of this game, I think. And it's 3 weeks, so it's like, what? Okay, that gives me 5 days. It's not a lot of time. I need to get this high density thing out ASAP, Rocky. I'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I think worst case scenario, I just use the assets you made and then test with the high poly count version, and then I could rely on the shell layering for the cylinders. Yeah, I can figure that out. I'm using CLion. I started with Python, by the way, then moved to Pascal, then moved back to Python for brushing up my skills in that language, switched to C, and then went to, oh my god, that's a wild trend change, and JS for uni. Gosh, how do you like C? How do you like C? Okay, I'm not liking this at all. I almost feel like we need to make like some kind of intermediary thing. I have a Python script to like build a static class and C++. Like I use a Python to write C++ code and then compile that, so I can like reference textures explicitly by name. It might be worth doing that and getting like the IDs. Yeah, there's something to this to do. Figure out texture selection. Yeah, this is how it looks for your username. Oh, it failed to compile. What fresh thing have I done wrong? An update. Call render. Oh yeah, because I never passed in the new pipeline, the new variable, which I believe is like we have to recompile the CLion or the CMake project. Yeah, there's a missing parameter. I'm not sure which one it is. Yeah, time is the first parameter. Okay, simple. I have that. All right, let's run it. So we're doing this. So this is gonna be a stream overlay / BRB type thing. I had it initially written in. I made this in Unity. I have a version in Unity, and it's responsive time and stuff like that, and all that. And now I'm rewriting it in my own version of my engine. Yeah, I'm writing in my own version of the engine, which now I'm starting to lament having stripped away so much things, but I think it should be fine. So yeah, and this is the first time we're doing it. This is for fun, and I think we're getting, like, for day one, it's pretty easy. Or for the first day of trying to get this going, I think we got most of it kind of there already. I made a black screen and gave up. Yeah, that's Vulkan. Vulkan does that to you. OpenGL is way faster. You can get a lot of. I think I got like sprites and stuff moving around within like my first day of doing OpenGL. Granted, though, I did this. It was not my first experience. It's weird. I did this in Rust first, and then I was using a library and stuff for that, and then I did it here in C, and that was much more involved, but I still had a lot of the code I can rip from Rust back into my C++ project. Vulkan, though, is crazy. It's like thousands of lines just to get the RGB triangle. It's pretty nuts. It's pretty nuts. I'm very happy with this. I think when I have this move with my mouse position, though, so like if the mouse, because on the website for cozycabingames.com, we have it set that way where it's like it's responsive, so it moves with the mouse. So I think for my overlay, I might add that little movement. I think that'd be pretty rad. The sign movement is nice, but I kind of like the responsiveness. But if I leave, like if it's for a go away thing, then the mouse is always gonna be in the middle to be centered, and yeah, maybe not. I don't know. All right, either way, I think I'm gonna call stream here because I need to think a little bit about how I want to architect this tile fragment shader selection thing. If I want to do the file format change, or if I want to do somewhere else, or have that be baked into the application, and if so, how am I going to know what type of tile it is? I have no idea. I could always even make a separate class of things. Like instead of tile, we can have another thing for. Maybe that's what I do. I just have a tile. Because essentially it's like even though it's the same behavior, it's a different, I can think of it as a different object if I wanted to. Or actually, I could just have a different keyword here. Like, I could just have a separate... Like, I'm calling this just tile. And that could be a default thing, but I can make something like cloud. And then, you know, still have it the same logic, give it the same logic as everything else, but in the code, when we construct it, we know to do something different with it. That might be the simplest thing, dude. What a flex. Thank you, man. Yeah, I think that might be the way I go about this. All right, I'm gonna end stream here, guys. I don't want to be too late, but thank you guys for watching. I appreciate your company. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the little code session we did today. It's supposed to be chilled and laid back. I was even thinking about playing Skyrim today on stream, but alas, we never. Whenever coding's involved, we never actually get to playing stuff. Usually, that just doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. Anyways, but yeah, thank you for your company. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. Feel free to join the Discord if you want to ask questions and whatnot. It's !Discord. And yeah, I'm working on a game in 3 weeks. So we're halfway through that. So if you guys want to follow, that's going to be the things I'm going to be doing throughout the week. And yeah, guys, as always, until next time, God bless and stay cozy. Ta-ta.